belief is just another form of doubt. You can't believe in something that you already know. How does one connect to the invisible factors to do with right and wrong?
You're not a place. You're not where you're at, because people will be given names like Jamaican, African, based on locations. But you're not a location.
In every community, as was mentioned earlier, there's intelligence at the service of that community. You know, earlier we spoke about the slave master.
What you're saying, you're manifesting. You may not realize it, but you're constantly programming yourself by what you're thinking. Even though you may not hear it aloud, you're hearing it in your head.
Hey guys, it's Man Like Knowles. I'm an entrepreneur from Southeast London, and I'm first and foremost an African descendant who believes in our liberation. So I try to keep my work in the positive limelight so that people can benefit from it. And today I'll be finding out some stuff about spirituality and where we come from.
Cool. Yeah, nice to meet you. So I'm Saken. Most people should know by now I represent Wu Sabat, and yeah, I mean that's really, you know, what I deal with. Wu Sabat is really our culture. It's also an ancient African spirituality culture. So yeah, it'll be interesting to have a conversation with you.
How can someone know that the set of information they are presented with is the truth?
Yeah, see, the word the truth, when you put the truth, it makes it sound like it's the only one. And for me, because we deal with actual facts, right? So I've mentioned many times we have scrolls that are written by our guide, master teacher. He's an author of over 1,000 books, and there's a series of books called Actual Facts, because a fact is something that it's a fact. No one can really dispute it, you see. But when you deal with belief, belief is something that is subjective, because different people have different beliefs. And I point out that if you look at the word believe or belief, that in the middle of it, you see the word lie. So you have to do research. And so when somebody's presented with facts, it's like if I said, we all live on the earth, so we're all earthlings. It's like you can't really
You can't dispute that.
Can't dispute that.
Absolutely.
If I say we're all breathing air,
We are.
you can't dispute that.
You can't dispute it.
You see, so we can unite on the things that are factual. We actually have more things in common
Than
not.
absolutely.
Where the problem comes in is with religion and beliefs and belief systems, where someone says, I believe I'm a bench. And you look at them, and what you've been taught about what a bench is doesn't match up with what they say.
What you're perceiving, absolutely.
Yeah. So then it's like, it's questionable. So then you have to do the whole thing of, let's understand or overstand what it is you're saying.
Let's go.
Yeah, so this is where I think facts are synonymous with truth. Yeah, so once it's being proven to be a fact, it's like
There's not much room for
there's
discussion.
not much room for differences and discussions and my opinion and I believe and I feel, because emotions,
Emotion gets into
people,
play.
yeah, people get emotional about their belief or what they hold on to, and you're like, you know, that's good for you and it's okay for you to have
It's a
that.
coping system.
Yeah, but you can't really impose it on other people.
100%.
And people can be passionate about a subject or something,
Yeah.
and they feel like because they are, you should as well.
Absolutely.
And
It's
if you
an act
don't,
of feeling like we're connected.
yes. And it's like a group. It's like we belong to the, like we all support Arsenal, or we all support Manchester United, or we all belong to Islam, or we all belong to Christianity. So we're like in a gang.
It's a gang.
And then we have to
It's
fight
gang
against other gangs. And it's like, we don't do that. We rise above all of that.
Absolutely.
And say, okay,
It's above the division.
yeah, like we're playing football to have fun. And if we win or lose, it doesn't matter. We still had fun. But if it gets to the point where you're passionate to the point where you lose and then you want to go and start smashing up cars and smashing up things. Yeah, because
brilliant analogy.
Because now it's about your emotions and your team has lost. Yeah, so yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from.
If I may.
Yeah, sure.
We touched upon belief. And I stumbled across the idea that belief is just another form of doubt. Because
Yes.
you can't believe in something that you already know. Right?
Exactly.
Hence, you've already touched upon so many things in regards to provenance of information,
Yeah.
which in terms of the black community or the African community, or however we all identify as coming from the continent of Africa, all around the globe, I've noticed that within our households,
Yeah.
belief was a big topic, in a sense where there's transmission of information from parents to children and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And it's kind of tough for some individuals finding that conversation because they want to do well and they mean to do well, but they are attached to a set of traditions.
Yes.
So how does one start? This is who I would like this answer to be for.
Yeah.
How does someone start to work towards a factual life? You know, if we can't say the truth,
Yeah.
if we say a life based on facts.
Yes, I get you. And like you say, belief was really imposed on you if you really think about it. Like you say, if your parents were brought up in a particular belief system, then you kind of like automatically would take that on. It was the same for me, as you said, in terms of Christianity. And but what it is even as a child, I had questions. And if you want answers, even in the Matrix, the movie, they say that, you know, the question would lead you, you know what I mean? It's what drives you. So if you want the answer, you seek the answers. And if you can't get it within the household of your family, then you would go out. And it might be to your friends, to the school, to the church, wherever, to try and get these questions answered.
Yeah.
I think to answer the main question that you're saying in terms of how do you start the conversation, you have to use things that people can relate to. Say, for example, health, yeah? If there's something wrong with you and you want to get a cure, you're not going to leave it to chance. You know, you will be like, okay, you see the way you apply the process of something's wrong with me, I need to find out what it is so I can find out the cure. It's the same way you would have to apply to other things, because what it is anything that is important to someone, they want the facts.
That's facts.
Yeah, like if you go to, I use this example all the time, like you go to work, you want to know what's the job description, what's the pay, how much do I get, when do I get it, is it paid to my account, what day, what time, do I get holidays? And you want to know the facts, because if you don't get the facts,
you can't build your life around it.
Exactly. And you might say, I don't want that job because it's not paying me enough. I think when it comes to belief, because it's personal and it's emotional, and you've been given this thing about there's some deity or God or, Allah or someone that is going to punish you.
Yeah,
and there's the scare factor where you think, if I don't obey them, I'm going to go to hell and I'm in big trouble. And I think the fear is the real issue, because why should you fear someone that's supposed to be loving and caring and means you well? That doesn't, it kind of contradicts it, because 1 minute is all loving and the next minute is, if you're out of line, you're going to be burnt in hell forever. So that fear makes people think, I better stay in line.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So if you can get rid of the fear, then you can deal with examples, like I said, where you're dealing with relating it to real life situations.
Absolutely. It's a brilliant answer, because it's practical.
Yeah.
Step number 1 is to get rid of the fear.
Yeah.
And step number 2 is to seek for practical ways to bring answers to the questions which you may have.
Yeah.
Cool.
Exactly.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
So from this point then, it leads me to, how does one practice a way of life which reflects a righteous approach to how one should live their life?
Yeah. Again, you see, this is where the difference, say, with where I've arrived at in terms of Wu Sabat, it took many years to get to that, in terms of I did the whole, being brought up in a Christian home, having the questions, couldn't get the answers. I thought, okay, let me go somewhere else. So I went through the different religions, Islam, Judaism, all sorts, and trying to get my answers. And the only time I got my answers is when I came across Wu Sabat. And I use the term Wu Sabat because, like everything else, if it's something that you've been given, like it's packaged and given to you, then whoever's giving it to you is really the person that's controlling you.
Absolutely.
Whereas even the word Africa, as you mentioned, most people will say, yeah, we're descendants of coming from the continent of Africa, but you're not a place. You're not where you're at, because people will be given names like Jamaican, African, whatever, based on locations. But you're not a location.
No,
because
we're more than that.
right, you're actually composed of your DNA, what actually makes you up. So people will claim, like jurisdictions or names just based on the fact of you're associated or identifying with that location. So even the word Africa, that came about and was coined by Arabs at a particular point.
Absolutely.
Or Europeans. So
Yeah, Europeans as
so
well.
what would you have been, or what would you call yourself?
Was it not for their involvement?
Exactly. So this is why when you start going backwards and researching,
You find more information.
you find more information, and then things start to be clear. So when you say, well, what do I practice then in terms of righteousness? Well, right is right, and wrong is wrong. And that doesn't have anything to do with color of skin, location, or whatever. It's like what I said before with the facts. If I throw something up,
It's going to come down.
is it going to come down? That's it. So there are no arguments. So when you start to say, what are you practicing and why are you practicing it? And where did it originate from, or where did it come from? So for us, we go all the way back. Yes, we use Africa as, one of the places that people identify with, not even as being black, even though that's where scientists, anthropologists, everyone is saying life began. So that means everyone has some link to there anyway. Do you see what I mean? So even if you're white, you still come from black anyway. So isn't everyone African in that regard?
In that regard.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But like you say, in terms of what you're practicing, righteousness is based on what is right.
What is right?
Yeah.
So, in the journey of an individual, detaching him or herself from programming and from transmission of information
Yeah.
from loved ones, one should practice a healthy relationship with what is right and understand that what's wrong is also wrong. For the facts that are at play, what's
Yeah.
right, what's right, what's wrong, what's wrong.
Yeah.
How does one connect to the invisible factors to do with right and wrong, i.e., forces that are beyond human computation
Right.
or understanding? So, to simplify
Yeah.
such a complex question,
Yeah, but God.
who does one pray to?
Right. Okay, the first question should be, why do you need to pray?
Big Labor Day deals are happening now at Best Buy. Shop now and save.
That's a great question.
Yeah, because what is prayer? Because someone has taught you that in order to get something, you need to pray to this being, God, Allah, or deity, to give you this thing.
Yeah, which in fact is substitution.
Yes.
That aspects of prayer comes for substitution. I can't get by myself, therefore I'm gonna ask another entity or a being that can give to me.
Right. But then,
That's the conditioning.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
ultimately, when you do get it, it's because of what you've done.
Absolutely.
You have to get it. You see, so it's kind of like misdirected power, because I can get a plate if I'm hungry, yeah, and put it down and say, I'm hungry, I'm starving, I ain't got no money, I need to eat. And I pray all day long for
food ain't
food.
coming.
It ain't coming. Bro, the food's not gonna come.
The food ain't coming.
You have to get up and do something. You might have to call someone, lend me some money,
Work as a porter. Or
do something to get the money to go and buy the food, prepare it, cook it, or to put it on your plate to eat.
plate, yeah.
So what it is people, and I always say this as well, English and the language is also a barrier because when you say pray, you can hear the word P-R-A-Y, but you can also hear P-R-E-Y, mean someone's praying on you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so you're giving your energy and your power and everything to somebody or something else to give you what you need.
Absolutely.
But you can do it for yourself.
It's a substitution of your power
Yeah.
in exchange for whatever desire or outcome you wish for. So to turn yourself into a prey is to submit.
Yeah.
So you're submitting to something greater. Hence the idea or the concept of God in this equation presented by all these religions
Yeah.
as something to submit to in exchange for favors.
Yes.
Right. So I'm totally on the same page as you there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to open consideration for those that might not have done so for themselves.
Yeah. I hear you. But the reality is that if you can ask God for something and you get it, the question then becomes, why doesn't he answer questions for other things? Like, why doesn't he answer the questions of, let's get rid of all the crime in the world, all the poverty, all the hunger, all the rapes, murders, anything that we don't like on this planet?
We don't co-sign.
Yeah, we don't co-sign. Why can't we pray and say, get rid
Deal
of
with
that?
that. Let's go. That's
You know
my
what I mean?
question
Because
too.
yeah, these are the
That's my
types of
question.
questions we have to ask
100%.
because people will be like, even like mediums that have TV shows and they bring people on the show to say, you're going to contact your grandma or someone that's passed away and they're going to give you messages and I'm like, if you can do that, if you really have the power to do that,
Yeah.
can we not have a show where we contact God
Let's go.
or Jesus or do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
The whole world's listening that day, and let's see if we can get him to do some stuff. Get those messages, but it's a game because they choose when God gets the praise and when he doesn't.
Selective outrage.
Yeah. So
Selective, absolutely.
can he do it or can't he do it?
You will.
Which one is it? Because I'll put him to the test.
No, for sure.
And then people will say, like you say, going back to your question, where you can't ask God that, you can't say that, you can't do that.
Yeah.
But why not?
Why not? It's especially considering that we come from the same kind. You know, most of these holy texts, that's what they say. They say that we are essentially God's favorite creation. Hence, you know, when our behavior is bad and we sin and we rebelled against God, it's like, how can my best creation conduct itself in such a manner? You know, my friend recently said something to me extremely powerful in regards to aunties and uncles praying. He said, when aunties, mothers and uncles, fathers pray and they ask God for a new house or they ask God for a promotion at work, are they not essentially praying to the white man? Because if you pray and you say, God, give me a raise on my salary, you're going to go into work and you're going to negotiate with your boss for a higher salary. So your initial prayer when you got on your knees was to the white man, not to God, was it?
Exactly. And yeah, like you said, like, there's so many examples where, because what it is it's a game because you have God on one side and you have the devil on one side. And it's like, every time something good happens, they will say God did it. Every time something bad happens, they say the devil did it. But the question is, who's more powerful? It's got to be either God's more powerful or the devil's more powerful, or they're on equal grounds. Now, when you start to ask people, how did this devil come about? They say he was once an angel that went bad. So the question is, did God know he was going to go bad? And he allowed him to go bad, and he's allowing him to continue to do the chaos and the badness and the wickedness on the planet. You know, so it's like you say, with knowledge and really facts, you get to know that these different beings that people are calling God are not what they think they are. And like you say, even to say I want a promotion, you can actually create your own job. You're the one that works to get the house. Everything that you get that is a material thing is you, because when a situation happens where, like, let's say I've used this example before, two people are in a car and there's a car accident, one dies and one survives. The people that are religious will say, oh, thank God for the person that survived.
Yes.
But they don't see in that who was responsible for the person that died. And if God could save both of them,
Why not?
why didn't he?
Why didn't he?
And then let's say even the one that survived was injured badly, and they take that person to the hospital, and the doctors and the nurses do the work of healing or mending him, yeah, putting him back together, and everyone comes and they thank God for it,
But not the workers that go.
but not the workers that did it. And people will say, oh, but it was God that
worked through them.
worked through them.
Aye.
It was God that
my
worked through
people
them
like to speak.
yeah. And I'm like, that's long.
Aye.
Why doesn't he just do it? Why does he have to go through someone to go?
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So yeah, you're asking a very, very interesting question. But this is the concept of, you cannot pray to the same God as the slave master, because when you go to work, you're slaving and working for
For the
somebody
slave
else.
master. Let's
Yeah.
go. Now we're speaking.
So the slave master's got more power than you.
Let's go.
So his God must be answering his prayers,
But not yours.
but not yours.
That's what I'm saying.
So you have to go to your slave
God.
master,
Yeah,
who's
yeah.
your God, to ask his God to give you what you want.
A portion of the cake, or portion
Yeah,
of the
a portion of it, a very
portion,
small portion.
tiny portion. Some would even argue crumbs. In terms of the consideration spectrum of, for the sake of this conversation we're having, we call them melanated beings or African descendants. Often these are taboo questions because they
make you think. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And you become afraid to go past the threshold
Yes.
of what is accepted in regards to questioning God's power, presence, or involvement.
Yeah.
It's not an act which comes from a place of malice. It's an act which comes from a place of curiosity and genuine wonder, considering how much bad events have occurred for African descendants. Obviously, we're in a day and age where we want to build, we want to do something positive.
Yeah.
But we would want to make sure that the spiritual force that we can produce is targeted in the right direction.
Yes. Of course.
So you mentioned that perhaps the focus shouldn't be why do we need to pray in the first place, right? So how do we, as melanated beings or African descendants, target our spiritual energy, which we know to exist, right? We know that there's something that is invisible but still exists, just the way we know respect exists, love exists, all of these spiritual energies, they exist.
Yes.
We can't grab them, but they are here. So how do we
I got you.
direct this energy positively?
Yeah. So when I said, why do you need to pray in the first place, was because I was saying to myself, most people that pray, they just asking for things. What we need to do in relation to your question is, you have to recognize that the beings you're calling on are just entities that exist on different vibrations or different levels, and not all of them are good. Some are disagreeable, just like your ancestors. So for us in Wu Sabat, we know that we have our ancestors that they are our family, and we can connect with them. So this is where the ancestral connection comes in. So when we're calling on energies or talking and saying we need assistance, we're actually asking our family, which, in the Bible, they will refer to that as familiar spirits, because the word familiar actually ties with the word family. You can hear it phonetically. So every family ties to their own. And this is why we did a review of one of our books called Does God Help His Own? Because that ties back to what we were saying, that if the slave master's got a God, that's his family or her family, and they help them. So when we start to look at the races on the planet, everyone calls on beings or people that look like them. Yeah. it looks like you need some emojis for this one, right? So it's like when you look at Europeans, their God is going to look like them. So you traditionally see God as, you know, a white man with a beard.
The blue eyes.
Jesus is going to have
Yeah,
the blonde
absolutely.
hair, the blue eyes.
Famously.
It looks like them.
Looks like them.
Right, you go to any other culture, Chinese,
Absolutely. They've
Hindus,
got statues that are 10 foot tall.
right? Even down to the Muslims, they will have Muhammad or an Arabian person that looks like them. We are the only people as African descendants that we don't have somebody in our image and
In our
our
resemblance.
likeness.
Absolutely.
So obviously, then you start to look at, okay, the quote says in the scriptures, let us make man in our image
in our resemblance.
and our likeness. So then if we look different and they show you the images and pictures in the European or the, you know, the Western world of God being white and Jesus being his son, if Jesus is his son and he's white, his mother's got to be white.
Absolutely.
So then, if that's the good side, and you're the opposite to that, as they claim, because we have these names like black and white. So yeah, but we're none of us are black and none of us are white.
Of course not.
And none of these books or scriptures that are telling you what to do are actually authentic or proven. So the question then becomes, am I the devil then? Because the devil and everything that is negative is painted black.
Absolutely.
And everything that is white, pure, is white. So there's a problem with that because this ties into competition and it ties into racism.
Yeah.
And then you start to say, okay.
And even add social engineering.
And social engineering.
Yes.
Yeah, because when you start to look at the so-called dictionary, you know, everything's like a black day. All the bad guys in the movies wear black clothes.
The black sheep of
the
the
black
family.
sheep of the family. You're
Blackmailing.
blacklisted. You're blackmailed. We can go on and on and on and on, right? And there's when we as melanated beings have a problem with that because we're like, even in Islam, where they will say, the hadiths will say, like the companion saw Muhammad and his armpits were white. They're being subtle. But if your armpits are white, what's the rest of your body going to be like?
Absolutely.
So there is something, and even like what's been going on in London recently, you know, with a bit of the riots and things like that. And funnily, look, I'm wearing, no one wins the race in racism. Because this is where we're coming from in Wusabat. Because it's like, it's like unification, unity,
The law of
love.
one.
The law of one.
Absolutely.
Something that makes sense, that brings people together, and then you start to see the programming, who's pulling the strings, who's doing this engineering of two people always against each other. There's always a competition, and the competition means that if one person loses, the other person that wins happy, the one that loses
It's bad.
it's bad.
It's
And
now
then it
creating
takes it
room for
all the
low
way to the God and the devil,
Uh-huh.
to you know, Cain and Abel,
Yeah.
Enki and Enlil, Jacob and Esau.
Absolutely.
It just goes on and on and on and on.
Absolutely.
To where, you know,
Even,
people are fighting.
Even King David, to an extent.
Yes.
King David had to dethrone Saul.
That's
you know,
right.
in the most subtlest of ways.
Yes.
By defeating the biggest warrior, Goliath. And then no, of course.
Yeah.
I think it's a normalized competitive nature which brings out the worst in people. It kind of directly taps into our animalistic nature.
Yes, exactly.
And our tendency to see red. And the moment that's the case, whatever's rational is now out the window.
And they come up with terms like survival of the fittest, and in the business sense, you know, it'll be like capitalism, which basically means that as long as I'm okay, me and my people's okay, my family,
Nothing else matters.
nothing else matters.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, it's like there's enough food in the world to feed everyone. There's enough of everything to that we can make sure that there's no homelessness. Because when you start to look at economics, you're like, money's been designed. They can print money. Anytime they need billions, they can just print billions. So why are we all in this situation where some people are starving, because it's a competition where someone can have a house with a mansion with 20 rooms and they don't even
Live in any of them. They don't
Live in
even
any
know
of them.
what 12 rooms look like.
exactly. Yet there's loads of people that are homeless and don't have nowhere to live.
Yeah.
You know, some people can have golf courses just so they can hit a ball around.
Absolutely. Nice. It's ridiculous.
But
Preposterous.
there's no housing, and we can go on and on and on. So we've reached a day in time where people are like, the people that are awoke, the people that are using their brain, the people that are asking questions, like you said, that fear is starting to diminish.
To fade away.
Yeah, people are like, I need answers.
I need answers.
Where's this God? Why isn't he taking care of, you know what I mean?
Poverty and children.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then we start to look at the people that are rich and famous, the ones that have all the money and everything, and this is how they attract people to sell their souls and to basically worship material things.
Absolutely.
To the point where people will kill each other over
Over materialism.
materialism.
Oh, my brother, what a great conversation for me to be in.
Yeah, it's amazing.
No, I have to say that the mask is starting to slip away. That's for sure.
Yeah.
We can now have those kind of conversations on a regular basis.
Mm.
Some people may even find themselves at work, you know, on their break, having conversations that go beyond the day-to-day small talk. You know.
Yeah, because it's starting to get more deep, starting to get more spiritual, and people have to reckon with it. And the thing is, because of social media and like what we're doing here with OSM Vision, it's like people are in the comfort of their own home now. And it could be a child and they can't speak to their mum and dad, but they've got their phone and they can take in the information and go, you know what, that makes sense. And then you start on your own journey where you're now seeking truth without being afraid. Like when you go to the church or to the mosque or somewhere where people are going to ridicule you or say you can't ask the question. So it's opening up the world.
Demonize your curiosity.
Yes,
in a way.
exactly. Yeah. And as a child, you know, you have many questions, and that suppression comes in when you're asking those awkward questions. You know, why this, why that? And that's where we are. And even adults realize, you know what, I've been lied to my whole life. And now I want to know the truth. Everyone wants the truth now.
It's true.
Do you know what I mean? Because that's the real currency. And they then tell you in the scriptures, they say the truth shall make you free.
It will. Indeed.
Or they say set you free, but it actually says make you free, because you have to make yourself free.
You do.
No one's going to come and make you free.
No.
So
the shackles have got to be removed by yourself.
Yeah. So this waiting idly for someone that's going to come and save you, it's just another way of holding you back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the perpetuation of a stationary stage in someone's life. You know, I find that us as melanated beings, we're very comfortable in the childlike state. You know, the conversation of embracing our maturity, embracing our adult functions.
Yeah.
It's very few tend to really position that as the forefront of their operation. A lot of people identify as children, or I'm a child of God, or, you know, referring to their partner, oh, that's my baby. Or, oh, yeah, do you know, that's me.
Yeah,
Do you get me?
going to my crib.
Right? we were perpetuating this childlike state.
You got to grow up at some point.
Got to grow up at some point.
Take on responsibility. That's what to be God means. Because a God is someone that is in control, or that is taking on the responsibility. And you said about the mask is slipping off. What it is that when you rise to the top and you open the can of worms and you find out that you're the God that you're calling on, because as I said before, if you want something, you have to go and get it. But the thing is, when you tell somebody you're God or goddess, in case of a female, it's like, okay, what does that mean?
What does that mean?
That means now you have to take on the responsibility of healing the sick, providing the jobs,
Make the miracles.
make
Go
the
and do it.
miracles. Yeah, it's easy when you walk into something that someone else has already, as their godliness built, and they're giving you a job to keep you just over broke.
Just over broke. That's Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Yeah,
We love it.
exactly. So it's like, if they can do it, you can do it. But now it means you have to work, because they tell you God worked, but they make it into like some magic tricks. Like God said, let there be light and let there be this and let. In reality, nothing works like that. You have to plant a seed,
Water it.
nurture it.
The sun as well.
Yeah, the elements to make that become fruitful. But people just want fast food. They don't know how the food was grown or how it even came to be. They just want to drive through and collect it, eat it. But there's no nutrition in that type of food because there's no love and no care into that food. It's just conveyor belt food.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the convenience. They've swapped the process that you're mentioning for the convenience and their time and just seeking for something else to drive their attention towards.
Yeah. So it's easier to hand it all over to Jesus.
Absolutely. Jesus take the wheel.
Yeah. Jesus is gonna or Allah, you know, everyone say Alhamdulillah, you know, everything is just leave it to Allah.
Yeah.
But you're Allah, you're God, you're Jesus, you're all of that because the whole point was to teach you how to become the fisherman. You see, so when you become God in that sense, you have to become responsible for everybody and everything. And people don't want to do that because it means work.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And this perhaps would explain why in our community we get so hooked up on the idea of being children forever. And I think this is something that's exploited against us because, you know, as you mentioned at the very start of this conversation, facts are the facts and we can't shake them. We can't, you know, our I feel likes will not move them.
Yeah.
And the facts are every other community has managed to benefit off our hard work throughout all of these centuries.
Yes.
You know, so this is not a matter of complaining, but it's a matter of understanding how to plant the right seeds so that we actually grow and stop to perpetuate these bad cycles.
Yeah.
These cycles where you go to work your whole life until you're 63 to build someone else's company. And, you know, and for you to just about get about, you know.
Yeah.
So one must graduate to the stage where responsibility has now a new angle to it. You know, you're not dreading your responsibilities. You take them on with happiness and joy.
Yeah.
And you do what you must for yourself.
That's right. You're so right.
Yeah.
Because you've been taught to take the easy road. Yeah. But as you say, you go through stages, you know, you could be in nursery, then you go to primary school, secondary school, then you might go into college and to university and, you know, you can continue learning. And if you're in the state of remaining a baby, you always want to be fed.
You do.
Spoon fed, you know, so like you say, you're not going to graduate to the point of relying on somebody else. And one of the sayings that our teacher, Dr. Malachi Z. York, uses, he says, the helping hand that you're looking for is at the end of your arm. Yeah, so you have to, that responsibility comes in, you have to, and now people are doing it. There are lots of people becoming, you know, millionaires. The internet and current technologies are allowing people to be able to, it's opened up now, like people can make money from their mobile phones. You know, there's many skills and things that you have to evolve to because of the new world we're moving to, where, you know, it is possible now to run a business and do things from just your mobile phone.
Absolutely.
You know,
and
so
many young people and older ones as well are in that conversation now.
yeah. So the times when you go to university and you come out and there's a job waiting for you for life, those days are over. And the thing is that now you're coming out with debts because you have to get loans to even go to university. And you know, the knowledge that you can get on the internet and just get from you just sitting at home with a computer, you can do so many things.
Absolutely.
But like you said before, it just goes back to this thing of, are you going to get up and do for yourself? And ironically, what people call wealth in the West is all built on things from Africa anyway, which will be the resources, where God, Allah, whatever creator you want to use, put all that resource in Africa, the gold, the platinum, the oil, the silver, the uranium, the cobalt. And this is what the West are using to be flourishing and making themselves look wealthy. But
absolutely.
yet you've got it under your feet as a Melaninite, as an African. But we just don't know how to grow up, organize, and make use of those resources. And this is where it's got to be. Africa's the next frontier.
Absolutely.
Chinese are in Africa. Everybody's going to Africa,
Yeah.
you know, because they realize it's the new economy.
It really is.
Yeah, it's growing. And so, yeah, we are getting to a point where people are starting to realize that they've got to take responsibility, come out with inventions, come out with new things, and yeah, produce instead of being consumers. Yeah.
Phenomenal. I think what we can definitely work from is an understanding of taking responsibility upon yourself and acting as if you know that you have to do what you should be doing for that responsibility to turn into something.
Yeah.
So
So it starts
what
with
are
you.
some examples of perhaps authors or intellects that we as melanated people
Yeah.
can rely upon? Because the reason I'm asking that in particular is because I've noticed that in every community, as was mentioned earlier,
Yeah.
there's intelligence at the service of that community. So, you know, earlier we spoke about the slave master and what the slave master was built. There's intelligence for the slave master at the service of the people underneath that kingdom.
Yeah.
You know, we mentioned Chinese being in Africa. There's Chinese intelligence at the service of Chinese development. You know, India has also developed a lot over the last 100 years, regardless of their complex conversation.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a complex conversation, but they've developed because they have intelligence at the service
Yeah.
of their development. So for melanated individuals that perhaps have got those questions, how do we now enter a conversation of melanated intelligence at the service of melanated people?
It's a good question. It's because a lot of melanated beings have been taught to rely on somebody else, and it's become something that they find hard to deal with, mainly like to withdraw from, mainly because of fear. But the thing is that necessity is normally the most encouraging force, meaning that if for example, you were put in a position where you had nothing else, you would have to find a way
You would have
to survive.
You would have to.
Yeah. So it's about working with like-minded people, because sometimes on your own, this is why Wu Sabat is based on a community. It's based on us working together, coming together, because it can be quite hard and daunting for you to set out on your own if you want to, say, start a business. Because again, the powers that be have it that they don't really support you in terms of getting bank loans and certain things. So we have an African Cultural Center. It's a hub where people can come, all types of people from all walks of life, but because it's predominantly based on an African culture, you can relate to it, and then you can work together with other people so that we can build, because we are entrepreneurial. Yes, we teach knowledge of self, because ultimately you have to start with yourself first. It has to start with you.
There's no other ways.
Yeah, and so we have a lot of books that get your brain, like you were saying about authors. Dr. Malachi Z. is one of the best authors out there with a lot of books, but we've got books from everyone and all types of writers here and authors. So you have to, we say education, but we really mean acquiring knowledge, because education is edited diction, meaning that when you go to school, there's a curriculum, there's a particular, way that they teach you, and ultimately to come out and be a slave and work for the slave master. So
not to cut you, Rockefeller.
Yes.
He wants workers, not thinkers.
That's right, exactly. Whereas if you're a thinker, you basically want to acquire knowledge and skills that you can, because back in the days, it was all about being an apprentice, because you're learning a trade. And that trade was something that it may be running through the family, and, so you might have a family that were, I don't know, carpenters, and then you become a carpenter and you have
family pride, family name.
Exactly, and then there's a legacy and so on. So it's really about you taking that responsibility to say, I want to be amongst people who can support me, because support is also very important. And that's how we have to do it as a community, and then build whatever we need, you know. You can't complain about the schools and then don't have your own school.
Absolutely.
You can't complain about the hospitals,
The health.
the health,
You know, supply
and
health
don't have
solutions.
healers and people that
Absolutely.
can. You have to have the things
Uh-huh.
that you complain about.
Become the person you once upon a time needed.
Absolutely, yeah. So anyone that is listening to this or that wants to work with like-minded people, that's what we're here for. You know, because it's like we say, Wu Sabat transcends the divisions, the competitions, the religions, and all. It's about, can we work together to build and provide things for our future, for our children, for the elders, for the the community, because it's possible.
It is.
It's just the mindset has to be right. You have to have the right mental attitude to know that you're thinking or reasoning. Yeah, because as you know, thinking is another thing that people don't understand, the dynamics that you think you're thinking. I know that sounds crazy.
No,
right?
keep going.
Like when you're dealing with a lot of the programming, yeah?
Yeah.
When you wake up, your senses are constantly being bombarded with advertisements, with radio, with TV, with social media, with celebrities, with people that are telling you this is the way to live or how you should be. So you might watch something that a favorite artist does, and you think that's what you should do. So you start to see this consensus where everyone will walk around with their trousers dropping down, or
Which
a
really and
particular
truly is
stereotype.
representative of something else.
Exactly. And so when you start to look at these things and behaviors of what people are doing, we all go to church and we do the same thing every week for months, for years, but there's no change. There's no outcome
difference
that
in
is different. So it's like, that's dead. Anything that is not changing,
It's dead.
it's dead. Because a dead person doesn't need to change their clothes.
They don't. They're
So
dead.
you see, so if you're alive, you realize there's always constant, there's always change.
Absolutely.
And you have to change with it and work with those who are changing with the times. Yeah, because if not, you're left back in the dark ages, as they will say.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
And there's an apparent quality of life difference between individuals who practice the dead way of living and the live way of living.
Yeah.
You know, we understand that perhaps what has been an obstacle
Yeah.
is the full comprehension of language. You see, you and I, we had a very fluid conversation today.
Yeah.
Where we're lucky enough to be articulate, and the thoughts in our minds, we can put them together and bring them out.
Yeah.
How could you break down the importance of etymology to our audience? Because I've noticed, before you answer, I've noticed that you break down a lot of terms such as education, belief, television, and things there.
Yeah.
So how can we bring to the forefront the comprehension of etymology to our audience?
That's $1 million question, and one which sets us apart from everyone else, because we always say we've got our own language, and people think they may try and trivialize that, but that's a very, it's such an accomplishment, because it breaks down the programming, because words, it's what you're saying, you're manifesting. Yeah, because you may not realize it, but you're constantly programming yourself by what you're thinking. Even though you may not hear it aloud, you're hearing it in your head. So when we say words are so powerful, it's because that's how you break the spell. Because the spell is used to, spellings are what are used to cast the spell. And so that whole thing of words you're using, and you say things like we say God, heaven, hell, Jesus, Muhammad, all these things you're saying, especially if you're looking at them like a power source, when you start to break the words down, you realize that it means something else. So even in the legal world, they'll have legalese, which is a completely different language. In the medical field, they'll have medical language. So even words like, do you understand? Do you know what I mean? It's like, someone might think that's insignificant. It means, do I get it? No, they're telling you, do you stand under
Under
me?
the statement, absolutely. See, I got a reaction out of
Yeah.
it. All the authorities,
Yeah.
they always say that.
Yeah.
So the police might say, do you understand?
Understand.
Your boss at work, do you
Do you
understand?
understand?
It's like they're placing you under what they've just said.
Exactly. You turn around and say, no, I don't, I overstand.
I understand, let's go. I'm over that.
Yeah, I'm over that. You know what I mean? And then it's like, okay, this one's smart. And we then start to do the tug of war. But yeah, you're right. So when we say we have our own language, I can say something and you have to ask me what that means. Whereas every other person is under the subject of the language that they're speaking. So even though we're conversing and, like you say, we're articulate and we're communicating, it's still based on what people call English. But English is not even a language itself, even though that might sound crazy, because it's really a dialect composed of words from other languages, you know, like German, like French, like Yiddish, Latin, etc., etc. So yes, you've hit the nail on the head that learning our language, which when I say ours, it was the first language on the planet. So it's ours, you know, but it's just that people didn't realize that these extraterrestrials, these beings that are passing themselves off as gods, which on my last video with Cam, I was like, they're frauds, because that fear is taken away when you know who you're talking about. But when you don't know, it's camouflage under this cloak of fear me, sacrifice to me. If you don't, I'm gonna burn you up. And so a lot of people are afraid of them. But when you take the cloak off and like, you're just like me.
You're just like me.
You're walking, you're talking, you're making mistakes, you're having wars, you're fighting, you're raping, you're killing, you're doing all kinds of stuff that are human in nature. But yeah, I'm supposed to respect you, like
Pedestalize you. Even.
yeah, even, you know. And so yeah, when you break down the words, you start to see clearly, like Genesis. That's not the beginning.
That's not the beginning.
But if you think that's the beginning, you're thinking that was the beginning of everything. So then you cut off everything that was before that.
Extra data you should be in possession of. You cut it all off.
You cut it all off. So then you don't want to link to your ancestors. You want to now give your energy and everything to this deity. So you're really giving your powers to them, I suppose.
Submission.
Yeah, to yourself. And funnily, in Islam, they say, you know, Muslim means one who submits. Like, submit to who? Why do I need to submit? Why is it that every Muslim's name is Abdullah? That's a name that every Muslim gets before they get their other names, yeah? Abdullah means slave of Allah. And it's actually the name of Muhammad's father. So when you start to go into these religions, and it's deep, because it's like, and then Muslims, or sorry, not even just Muslims, like when you say you're a slave, that means you're really giving your power to somebody else.
You have, yeah, absolutely.
So-
So that we can clarify also, the
Yeah.
relationship of slavery occurs the moment there's a master and a slave.
Yep.
It doesn't just have to be to a deity.
That's
or
right.
to, let's say, something that goes beyond human computation. You could be a slave to food.
There
you
you
could
go.
be a slave to your desires.
Absolutely.
You could be a slave to fashion.
Yep.
You could be a slave to whatever it is that is basically the master of your decision making.
You could be a slave to smoking cigarettes.
You could be a slave
People
to
say, I'm going to go out and have a fag, or I'm going to go out and have a cigarette. I'm like, the cigarette's having you. You know what I mean? Because, like, you think you're having it, but
It's having you.
it's consuming
It's
you.
having
Because
you.
if you then get lung cancer or whatever, and that could be any vice, as you said, yeah? You know what I mean? Because you have to look at who's benefiting. Because ultimately, someone gains and somebody loses.
how capitalism works.
Yeah, you see. So, yeah, it's deep what you're saying.
So this was a bit of clarification over etymology. You know, as an artist,
Yeah.
when I'm not an entrepreneur, I rap.
Yeah.
You know, as well as production, but I think most people know me for rap music.
Okay.
Lyrics became a tool of expression, and they became so much more effective when I understood vocabulary, when I understood the origin of words. You know, hence I mentioned about etymology.
Yeah.
And when I understood that by putting the right words together, let alone the prophetic nature of the lyricism, you know, where my eyes open to how my lyrics were manifesting my life, right? And obviously, it's one of them where if I told that, obviously we're having an interview now, but if I had this conversation with someone, like, I kind of wrapped my life into existence.
Right.
They look at me like I'm crazy, right? But it's like,
But you did.
I did.
It's called alchemy.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And over the years, I then started to ask myself the questions. Okay, how was that scientific process actually occurring?
Right.
And this is when I noticed that indeed the words hold power.
Absolutely. Even when you said etymology, that's a big word to some people. It's like, what's that mean? What's that about?
Yeah.
So you have to kind of break that down. But it's important for people to know, because this is why people get lost, because big words, you know, so sometimes I like to make things, that's why I give simple examples, the things that people can relate to. Because like you say, etymology is about the origin of words and how they've evolved, and you know what power those words hold, and what relates to it. Like, for example, you might say, like I said, 6. If you study languages, you start to know that, you know, like the vowels, because I used to watch Countdown. It's a show that used to come on TV. You know, give me a consonant, give me a vowel, and you put they put a lot of these consonants and vowels together, and then they hit a time, and people have to make the longest word from that. That's helping you to train your brain
absolutely,
and your mind to work out, you know. So what it is that you have to start off with letters that form the words. But like you say, in terms of rapping, even Kanye West said this, when he was rapping negativity, like, they created, gangster rap and all this negativity, it creates more and more of that, to the point where people would then go out and live that life. And some of these rappers were faking it, because that life was not even really their life. Until this day, you have some people who, what they rap is not their reality.
It's just a business tool.
Exactly. So when you switch it up, like he said, Kanye West, when he started, if he wrote lyrics about Jesus, like Jesus walks or whatever, it didn't get the same attention and reaction. But if he wrote the slackness, it did. And that shows you that the people that control the industry, that are thinking about money,
The readies.
yeah, it's a program. It's like, this sells, sex sells. You know, so yeah, when you look at how languages are put together, like I said, you could swap an I with an E in terms of the vowels, and 6 becomes sex. And sex is a very powerful force. And sex is used to control a lot of people in a lot of the world, because it's all about emotions. Yeah, so etymology is actually really important. That's why I said, when we speak our language, it's a tone, it's a vibration, it's a frequency. And frequencies is what you can utilize to bring about any outcome. You can use frequency to heal anyone. You can use, and when you're talking, you're speaking frequency.
You are.
And like you said, it's the way you then put it to the music, the articulation, and that's what rap was about. Rap was really a gift to us by our elders to help us send the message out quickly.
Brilliantly. Brilliant.
But what ends up happening, it got hijacked.
It got hijacked.
And
An
then-
external
flipped.
hand.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And then it became rapping about slackness and money and material things and how many people you kill and all that kind of
It's
stuff.
a distortion of a gift.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a 90s baby.
Yeah.
Right? So I had many conversations with people born in the 90s and to an extent people born in the 80s.
Yeah.
And a lot of us during the, let's say, the baby boom crisis,
Yeah.
which led to this epidemic of single mums all across, right? A lot of us in the 90s, I mean, that's perhaps a reality of the 2000 babies as well.
Yeah.
But in terms of, you know, what we all related on, in the 90s, a lot of us grew up at home just with our mums, right? So we could still acknowledge that we were young boys, you know, conducting ourselves in a very boyish way. You might go football, or you know what I mean, boxing class, or extracurricular activities after school.
Yeah.
But we still needed masculine guidance that we required. We might get some of it from our uncles here and there, or perhaps our dad might, you know, make an appearance occasionally.
Yeah.
But we've definitely found something profound and powerful in hip hop. You know, I grew up in France, in Paris.
Yeah.
Then I moved here when I was a teenager, late teenager, so like 13, going on 14. And I noticed the difference and the similarities in culture when it came to, let's say, urban culture.
Yeah.
Or basically the areas that have less financial flexibility than the privileged parts of economically thriving country.
Yeah.
So whether you're looking at England, France, Germany, Spain, all of these European powerhouse that are developing, but they've got, you know, towns in the suburbs where there's less opportunity for children, right? And obviously when you put those circumstances together, there was a period where hip hop was healthy for youngsters as perhaps an imaginary father figure.
Okay.
You know, for obvious reasons that we kind of touched upon now, external hands get involved in the picture, and hip hop becomes something else now. How do we have a healthier relationship with hip hop or rap as melanated beings today? Because it's apparent that what's going on today is not healthy. You know.
I mean, you'll have to probably expound on what you mean by hip hop being a father figure. I mean, I get the social element because you're going to meet amongst peers and other people, and you kind of give each other support. But in terms of it being a father figure, I think you might have to elaborate a little bit on that for me.
No problem. You can do so.
But I do get what you mean about the absence of not having that masculine energy and guidance. And no matter how strong, you know, they push our melanated sisters to think, you know, you don't need a man, you know, this women being strong and everything. But ultimately, you need both sides because a woman can only do what a woman can do so far. And a man can do what a man can do.
That's
and one is not better than the other, but ultimately they need to work together. So if you're living in a society and a system where it's by design to separate the families, then, you know, young boys are going to have that missing element. And this is where, if, even with myself to a certain degree, where, you know, my father wasn't around. But the thing is that because I came across Wu Sabat, and, you know, Dr. Malachi Z. York is a father figure, he's a brother, is, you know, it's like an uncle, he's like everything to everyone in that regard. You can get that from other people, is what I'm saying, in terms of the role models or the people that you look up to in society. Yeah, hip hop. See, even when I'm saying hip hop and then I'm saying rap, two different things.
It's true.
Yeah.
I should have been more specific.
Yeah, and I'm saying, like, a lot of it was more of a creative thing, a way of channeling the energy that you may not be able to express as a man through the lyrics, and, you know, having something to do. But then money was introduced into it. So where it was something of expression, creativity and outlet where, you know, you can express yourself, when money was thrown into it, then the industry changed, because the people that were putting the money in, they had an agenda, and it was like, you need to look like this, you need to wear this, you need to say this, and that's what we're going to sell. So yeah, I feel like money being introduced into hip hop started to see the competition and the divisions and things like that. So I don't know about today, because today is like, I don't think many people can make money from hip hop unless they're doing their own streaming and things like that, because the music industry is completely different today than what it used to be.
What it used to be, indeed.
Yeah.
No, thank you for at least trying to answer
Yeah.
as close as you could with my lack of clarity, perhaps, in
Yeah.
the question.
Yeah,
But
if you could.
the aim was to bring light upon the benefits that have come out of rap music. This is perhaps what I tried to do with the personification of hip hop into a father figure for a lot of boys that grew up in a single mother household. Because I noticed in terms
What
of,
would you say those benefits are that have come out of it?
so I would say the consideration of some of the clever anecdotes, the art itself of rhyming, the art itself of putting words together in a rhythmic way, and in a way that basically normalized genius within split seconds.
Right, got you.
Right? So I think to be exposed to such high mental activity from a young age
Yeah.
was a very positive activity for us to indulge in because it really normalized an extremely complex process. You know, today I'm a freestyle rapper, so out of any times I could come up with hours and hours
Yeah, I
of
got you, I
freestyles,
got
right?
you. Yeah.
Because I've mastered the skill that is, you know, you've got to grab from what you perceive,
Yeah.
formulate the ideas, and then make it rhyme and make it in
Yeah.
rhythm to entertain as well as educate.
Right.
And there was a period where, due to the health that was found out of the creativity found within the realm of hip hop and the realm of rap, it was beneficial to a lot of youngsters,
I got you.
right?
Yeah.
Prior to the corruption entering the conversation.
Right, got you. That's what I was saying, that
Yeah.
initially it was showing that how smart you can be because they looked at that, the powers that be, like, how are these young people able to articulate, put these words together in rhythm and everything? But like I said, its initial purpose was so you can communicate verbally that message to the world. And like, you know, it kind of got corrupted. But now you've exercised the fact that you can utilize your brain in that way. Now you need to channel that same smart or that intelligence into other areas, whether it's business, whether it's, you know, being an entrepreneur, fashion, whatever. You can do the same thing. So in that way, I get what you're saying, because it's all about your intelligence, which is really intel in your genes or your genetics, going back to the etymology again. So you have that ability to do anything if you can accomplish that, you see. So this is where we have to grow up to now, right? So you get people who at 40, 50 or whatever are still trying to be rap stars. No, like, I'm not saying you haven't got the skill, but you got to realize that time's over.
That time is gone.
Now use that same intellect
For something else.
for something else.
Yeah.
I'm not saying don't have
Pursue
it as a
dream.
recreation,
Yeah, absolutely.
something you do in your spare time as a hobby, or because I still write, I still rap. I'm creative, but I'm not trying to be a rap star or be like that, because it's like, but the intelligence, as you say, that you can, if you can do that with your brain, it shows you can do anything else you put your mind to as well. And that's what these young people have to learn.
Yeah.
That stop chasing the star, stop chasing that dream, use that intelligence and channel it somewhere else. Because when you're in school, melanated children, young boys, etc., they push you to be an entertainer,
Absolutely.
a sports person.
Sports person.
You know, because even though you have that intelligence, you're better off being a footballer, you're better off being, you know, something to do with entertainment, and yet others are pushed to be scientists, to be the people that come up with the Googles and
Absolutely.
and you know the Facebooks and all of this stuff.
If we're specifically looking in the realm of childhood, there's a clear difference between the agenda pushed upon melanated children
Yeah.
and perhaps Asian children. You know, Asian children are often known to be very smart kids. I've rarely came across some Asian kids in my personal life
Yeah.
that were known to misbehave. You know, and
But they don't face the same challenges as we
they
do,
don't
as you
face the
say,
same challenges.
as single parent and you know going through all kinds of traumas and all kinds of things. And even then, we still excel.
And
It's
yeah.
just that if you're not given the same opportunities and you're not on a level playing field, then it's like it would appear that way because you know you're in a two-parent family, You come from school, dinner's ready. You know, you get maybe extra tuition, and you stay out of trouble. You know, you're not dealing with the same type of situations that environmental situations that we find ourselves in. So to be honest, and that doesn't even touch on the traumas of going back to like slavery and all the things that you know, we remember is generational. So you're dealing with epigenetics as well. So even though you may not have gone through it, but if your grandma or great grandma went through it, it's still
in the gene, isn't
it's still in the genes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's a comprehension of a step-by-step journey and development.
Yeah.
For one to separate themselves from ideologies that have not served humanity for a very long time.
Yes.
You know. So,
and this is all across the board. Now we're living in a day and time where everyone is just looking at things like, has that, like you said, humanity, because humanity has to evolve to a certain level where we're now looking at how do we join the, say, galactical communities? How do we space travel? How we go to the next frontier? How do we do things that, you know, are going to take humanity to a different level?
Yeah,
so we have to solve the problems like poverty, you know, like diseases. And this is happening now. This is where people are talking about AI and, you know, abundance in terms of if everybody, let's just look at it, utopia. Everybody had food to eat. Everybody had money. So what would you do then? If there's no diseases, what would you do then?
No requirement to rob a next man.
Right. so what would you do though?
Yeah.
So you now focus your energy on solving problems of the world. You know, coming up with, you know, new inventions, coming up with new things that will be beneficial to all of humanity. Not this divisions of, you know, because I'm black, because you're white, you know, I got to have more than you. When you eradicate that, you take control away from the people that utilize those mechanisms
to get richer,
to control the masses and only keep the wealth and everything within a small selection of people. And they are afraid of this.
They are.
The more people are waking up and they're like, you know what? We, the people, we have the power. But that mindset of shifting and thinking, you know, you can do it, is where, a lot, this is what knowledge does. This is where we are like teaching, just the woke folks. But I had another conversation recently where, like I said, the sister was like, you can be awake and then fall into another trap. So it's a continuous development. You've got to be amongst.
I think I stumbled across that actually.
Yeah.
Let's touch upon that one actually. It's very interesting because when you take the conversation of being awake aside, and you just look at classification as something that's being applied in our day-to-day lives.
Yeah.
So obviously you can be classified as a male, as a female, as someone that's retired, as a current worker, as a student.
Yeah.
You know, you could be classified on the color of your skin, on your belief system. So classification is found in our day-to-day lives, and it carries with it the consequence of differentiation between individuals, which then leads to almost judgment, whether it's conscious or unconscious. And it happens simultaneously. So as you realize that you're different from someone, in accordance to what you've been taught the norm should be, you then automatically, out of programming, begin to judge and position yourself in accordance to the judgment which you've made of someone. So when you then enter the conversation of being awakened, or perhaps having received a set of information that has set you free in comparison to what you were, to what you once were, this is something that I've personally noticed to occur within the awakened community. A lack of acceptance of people that aren't quite on that wavelength.
And that's a danger, because what people do is they forget their journey, where they've come from, and that even though you've progressed maybe to a further level than somebody else, you have to always remember that you came from there. Because sometimes people say to us, you say you've elevated past these books, the Bible, the Quran, and so forth. Why do you still quote them, and why do you still use them? Because going back to your original question, you still got family members and people that are still in that mindset or frame. So you can't then be all kind of like egotistical, judgmental, and so forth. So you have to always remember to meet people where they are at, and walk them slowly with you through it. So yeah, that's a very important point you're making, that sometimes, you know, people do get ahead of themselves. This is why I also broke down that you can have all the knowledge in the world, but if you don't have common sense, empathy, compassion, love, and care, it's like you just become somebody that has just got a lot of knowledge, but you're not really, it's like knowledge without action.
To go back to the Bible.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, so yeah, I do get that point, and it's not for people to try and make other people feel less than themselves, put them down. And this is what the Bible does, because it's like, if you question certain things, then you can be ridiculed. If you talk about certain things that someone may not know about, you know, we've talked about like extraterrestrial spacecrafts, or certain conversations that are uncomfortable for some people, then they will put you down or judge you or say you're blaspheming or you're an infidel or you're this.
Absolutely.
And that's what religion does. It separates people, making people think that if you're in my gang, we're okay, and everyone else is damned. And
With
like,
the United Boys.
yeah, and everyone does that, and it's like, no. So Wu Sabat, I always have to bring it back to Wu Sabat, because I've done that journey to get to where I am now. So Wu Sabat is about, it is the solution in my eyes, not the only solution, as in other people can have pieces of the puzzle, but it's about bringing us together to, you know, bring the best in you, and I bring the best in me, and we put it together
on this very table.
And we, yeah.
And let me forward.
That's
right. Phenomenal, bro.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
So I like having these conversations with different people, different perspectives, and we're able to build and come to a common ground, you know, so that we can then move forward together. So yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Phenomenal chat today. So to kind of summarize, so that we have a bit of structure to this wonderful conversation, the idea is that one acts upon curiosity, one works with the resources which are immediate in their environments, and one works with like-minded individuals in order to get to a place where they can act on the back of the answers they receive from seeking that knowledge.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Before, obviously, finding the point of references where they could stand on facts as opposed
I'm glad you said that, yes. Yeah.
Ideologies that are kind of forced upon us.
Yes, exactly. So it's like, if we can meet and just deal with facts, we're good. No one's gonna, you know, because what it is when you come together to do anything, sometimes the reason you don't achieve the success is because of the differences. Because someone might be like, let's say, for example, we're trying to work and get something done today, and someone who's, say, a Muslim, the time comes they want to go and pray. It's like,
5 o'clock.
Do you know what I mean? And that could be at different times. Now, it's kind of going against the flow of everybody else.
Yeah, because we're all here, but you have to be there.
Yeah. And it's the same with Christians, Muslims, or whatever else. So that's why we say, let's put the differences away and deal with what we can come together on, which is going to always win. Yeah, you know, so that's the basis of Wu Sabat. Wu Sabat is about, let's just put away our beliefs. You can have your belief, but let's deal with the facts, and let's achieve the commonality for everyone that's going to move us all forward to get to where we want to go. And that's a process, and you know what I mean, it's like you have to always know you're constantly learning, Just getting noisy up there. We're constantly learning and just keep going, because everything that is alive is constantly changing and evolving.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The law of opulence actually states that. It's a book I've been stumbling across over the last 2 weeks. And it speaks about how the purpose of human life is to create more life. This is what we're here to. We're here to, you know, earlier in our conversation we spoke about the path of the dead and the path that's alive. A path that's not bringing any results over all the generations. It's a dead path.
Yeah.
So the path of life is to produce more life.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
No, phenomenal conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
What an honor.
Yes, bro. Pleasure.
Absolute pleasure.
Until the next one.
Until the next
Like, I'm loving these conversations. Yeah, I just like building with different people, and yeah, thank you for your sharing and your input and everything.
My absolute pleasure.
Yeah.
Thanks to OSM as well for having us.
Always.
I'm sure we'll be-
OSM is the new news station right now. Tune into OSM if you want to get the latest.
Subscribe as well.
yes,
Yeah, we need to make sure we get the subscribers as well. Yeah,
Yes.
so subscribe and share it on to your people then.
Yeah. Each one teach one.
Come on.
All right. Peace.
Werther's soft, hard, and chewy caramels. Discover the original fall flavor.
Yes, yes, yes. Welcome to Ask Us Anything, the last episode in this series. That's gone quick, innit?
Yep.
Wow.
Sure has.
But as usual, we're honored, thankful. We give gratitude to our ancestors and to you all for all the questions that you've been asking throughout all the episodes. That's just me making sure I can see everything live, so the advert came on. But yes, so we are Ken,
Asaru.
and this is OSM Vision, the platform where you get to ask us anything regarding Wu Sabat.
Yep.
And I always forget that there are new people that might be joining this for the first time. So for the benefit of all the newcomers, it would be in your best interest to go back and watch everything, watch all the episodes that we've done already, because you will find that some of the questions you might have already been answered. Yeah, so, you know, go and listen and watch all the previous episodes. And we're going to be looking at, while we're waiting for more people to join the live, I see you all coming up. Yeah, and you guys are showing love. That's amazing. We're going to go through some of the questions from the previous episode, which was episode 11. And before we do that, just a little summary of what Wu Sabat is about. Wu Sabat is the hereafter doctrine.
That's right.
Yeah. Hereafter meaning that we're living in a change, a dimensional shift that has taken place since the year 2012. And we're living in what people refer to as the sun cycle, which was since the year 2000 AD. And so it's a renewal, a rebirth. Many people are becoming more conscious. And so Wu Sabat is the doctrine for you if you want to live through the next 24,000 years as a higher conscious being, okay? Wu Sabat is not a religion. It's for humanity. It's for everyone who accepts it, who would like to take advantage of Wu Sabat to improve themselves and their being, and to grow from being 180 degrees of what people say the unseen or even disagreeable side of you, and the other side, which is 180 degrees of the seen or agreeable side of you. Putting together, you get 360 degrees. That makes you a complete being, because the circle reflects completion or a cycle, yeah? So Wu Sabat will help you with everything you need to know in the unseen and as well as the seen, the physical, the spiritual, and beyond. Yeah, so Wu Sabat has been brought to us by the one and only Pa Nabab Yanun, many know as Dr. Malachi ZK York, the K being Kobina, yeah, because his physical body is born in Ghana. And this is the being that has 720 degrees of information. So I've explained that we have 360 degrees, and when you master your being on the physical side, then you've got to master your being on the other side. Adding the two together, you become a 720 degree being. Okay, we've already explained the significance of the number 9, because when you add those numbers up, you get the 9, which is a supreme being. Yeah, so that's just by way of introduction to say Dr. Malachi ZK York he's actually a tri-union, or composed of 3 beings in one, 3 tones in one. So you're dealing with Dr. Malachi ZK York, you're dealing with Pa Nabab Yanun, and you're dealing with Ningish Zida. right? All three of these beings make up the one being. And so he is also what people would term an avatar. As you've seen the movie, an avatar is able to receive information from another world, from other beings, communicate with everyone, both in the spiritual realm as well as the physical realm. And so many beings have relayed messages through him. And some of these messages have been turned into physical books and audio recordings and video recordings that you can see on YouTube, covering the many schools he had to take us through to bring us to the point where we want what he has to give. Because he came on the scene saying, I've come giving you what you want so that you will learn to want what I have to give.
Yep.
Now, are you prepared and ready for what he has to give? You know, so if you've been following the series, there are people, we know this through the comments, that are very serious about this. You know, they want to make that change. Some people just receive the information, some talk the talk, but do they walk it? And so it's really down to you if you want to take this further. And if so, the first thing you should do, if you haven't already done so, is subscribe. You know, we have the power, because a lot of times when people feel helpless, it's because they're trying to do things, a lot of things by themselves, and it can be overwhelming. So you have this pyramid structure where the people at the top, you know, the 100, 200, 300 richest people in the world control the masses of nearly 7 or 8 billion people on the planet, the governments, etc. So really the people have the power, and we can come together, unite, and make changes. So for example, simple thing. We're on 70,000 subscribers right now. Imagine, yeah, we need less than half of those people to get one person to subscribe, and we would hit 100K probably in an hour. Do you know what I mean? So really, a lot of the times, we have the power. So what I'm saying is, we have a lot of things to share with you when we reach 100K. And so, yeah, each one, reach out to one person. If every one of the 70,000 subscribers we've got reach out to one person, we would have, what, 140,000 subscribers, literally in an hour. So, all right, my brother, do you want to share anything before we get...
Yeah, just spread the word, copy and share, man.
Yeah, copy, share.
Share to the family, friends, spread the doctrine. This is information that's based on actual facts. One can do their own research and then find out for themselves. It's not a belief thing, it's about research. You become the private investigator and find out for yourself.
Okay, right, let's, let me find the last episode so we can answer some of those questions. Yeah, it's live, so, you know, we just roll with whatever. We're relaxed, it's all good, you know.
Can you explain the concept of the Ark of the Covenant? You might have to say it out loud because they can't hear me.
Okay. So can we explain, this is from the comments, the concept of the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was, for a minute, I thought we were talking about the Noah's Ark, because we did, yeah. Okay, so just making sure. Yeah, the Ark of the Covenant, it's not a concept, it's actually, it was a real thing. And if you know about the story of Nimrod, who they talk about with the Tower of Babel, if you're not familiar with this, you can go and read the story in Genesis chapter 11. Okay. And they tell you that he was building a tower to communicate or go straight to the heavens or speak with God.
What amazing ideas do you have buzzing around in your head? Turn your ideas into reality with an Azure free account. Azure gives you everything you need to develop apps across cloud and hybrid environments. Scale workloads, create cloud-connected mobile experiences, and so much more. Start building in the cloud today. Sign up for an Azure free account and discover what you can create.
For 8 years, Larry Hogan proved himself a bipartisan leader, cutting taxes, tolls, and fees.
The reason he was doing that is because he didn't want to be subjected or under the rule of Enki. And so he was like, I want a direct connection. Because you know, like today, even when you go to church or to the mosque or to the synagogue or anything like that, the preachers, the imams, the pastors, they're always trying to control the narrative. Like you've got to go through them to go to God when you can have a direct connection. And so what he was doing was like, people think it was about the tower, but it was a communication device, and the Ark of the Covenant was, for lack of a better word, like a
Radio receiver.
A radio receiver. So if you know things about how you build radio, you'll have, you know, aerials, antennas, and then, you know, that will enable you to pick up or send signals, and then you have, you know, the device like the radio itself, where you can then hear those frequencies coming through. So that's what it was, and many people were trying to find it. You know, Hitler being one of them. They show you the story in the
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Raiders of the Lost Ark. You know, so that's what it was. It's like a radio or a walkie-talkie, to make it kind of simple. Yeah, I hope that's helped you. Right, so the questions, some of the questions or comments from episode 11. It says, Dorinda Naji, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm not going to try and pronounce your names anymore. Hi, please give an example of how to honor ancestors. I will not be able to have an altar. Can I just sit and communicate with them? I live with very strict Christians. Yeah, I mean, listen, everything we say is very flexible. Wu Sabat is very flexible. Like, there isn't only like just one way you have to do it like this. Of course, the best way and the most potent way to do it to get the best result is given, but you also have to be able to adapt. Yeah. So when you if you don't have the ability or the opportunity to have an altar, then you can improvise. You're speaking with your ancestors all the time anyway, because you can hear voices in your head. And how do you honor them? It's really your thoughts, your intention, keeping them in mind, giving gratitude, reverence and respect. And that's what we do with all our ancestors. So, yeah, I mean, don't, until you're in a position where you can have your own space and your own altar, then you can have that. But yeah, you can just talk to them, communicate with them. They do communicate with you. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Just like how they were alive when you communicate, this is the same way you communicate when you're on the other side, same way.
And another thing people forget is you are your ancestors as well. You're a reflection of them. It's like a mirror. So, you know, when people say the gods, the Elohims, if you're their children, then you are from them, so you're also them. All right, let's keep, I want to go through these questions quick because we want to definitely want to look at all the live chat. We're going to answer everything as much as we can. Right, next one. I love you guys. I respect your teachings. I've learned and grown so much. I'm in California and I'm looking for a community in my area. Please help. Peace, happiness and prosperity to you and yours. always. The same to you. We always say go on our website, theunitedsabiansworldwide.com, and look for the nearest location to you. Send us an email or a text so that we will follow it up if you have any difficulty doing that. But yeah, next one. Come on now, brother. He's not the Black Messiah. He's just a modern man with great teachings and knowledge from ancient times. Again, one thing we say with Wu Sabat, you don't have to accept anything we say, you know. But the thing is, when you do some research and do the knowledge, you have to know what a Messiah is. Many, many people have been called a Messiah. It just means an anointed person. It's just a ritual and a ceremony that took place. Jesus was a Messiah because he was anointed, and he's not the only one, you know. Back in the 80s, 70s, there were many people that were known as the Messiah. Being a Messiah, it's not what, like, the view that people give you from a religious perspective, like it's only one person. You can be anointed. We have been anointed, yeah? And it's a ceremony where they took crocodile oil, yeah, and they rubbed it on your forehead and performed certain rituals. It's a ceremony like how you would baptize or, do you know what I mean?
Bar
like
mitzvah,
bar mitzvah, you know what I mean? That's all it is. It's not that deep. And you say he's just a modern man. Now let's follow that for a minute, yeah? With great teachings and knowledge from ancient times. However, the way you judge a person is by the fruit
it bears,
that it bears. Like, compare the works. Like, you can line up all the greatest teachers, people that have come to the planet, and say, what have they done? What have they achieved? You know, how many languages they speak? How many books have they written? How many people's hearts have they touched? How many people have got testimonies to say what he has done for them? And the list can go on and on and on and on. So you have to compare with everyone else and then just see what makes him so great. How comes no one else has translated all the scriptures, not just one, but all the scriptures, plus give you a whole new scripture like the Holy Tablets, plus the Black Book, over 1,000 books covering every aspect of information you can think of, from Freemasonry to Islam, extraterrestrial, Christianity, health, Masonry, name it. He covers it all. So, you know.
And giving us a language.
That's what I'm saying. So it's no one else has done that. So built communities, built the pyramids, rebuilt them.
Said, why when a white man teaches the Messiah, we accept it, but
when we are young, we are taught to revere the light. But when I turn to it, I see only fire. The fire of pain, of loss, the choices I made. Quel'Thalas, home. Until the Horde threatened everything. My family was sworn to protect it. And protect it we did. When Sylvanas and I fought together, we fought as one. But the conflict here was growing, pulling my sister and I apart.
How can you leave? You would choose the Alliance over Quel'Thalas, our home.
It's not just our kingdom at risk. If the Horde isn't beaten back, others will fall. I have to go.
But you're abandoning your family.
I am doing this for our family. I lost a sister that day. Had I known that my actions would curse Sylvanas to her fate, but I have chosen differently. I left my home to fight this war to the end. I had no idea how far away that fight would take me. the war, I found my life's true love, Turalyon. And together we fought side by side, until we became three. But beyond the boundaries of our world, our enemies grew powerful.
You can make your stand here. Why risk marching into the unknown?
Our only choice is to take the fight to them before it's too late. Should we not succeed,
I will keep him safe. Just come back.
We'll return before you know it, Eretor.
Had I known that I would not see my son again until he was a man himself, would I have still left? I had given everything for this fight. The only thing left to give was myself. There was no other way. In order to defeat the darkness, I had to embrace it. So embrace it I did. But at what cost? Turalyon, who had known me, loved me, fought beside me, now saw me differently.
What have you done?
The shadow, it saved us.
No. I would rather have died than see you fall to evil.
Turalyon didn't understand, but I could not fault him. If I had known that embracing the shadow would push him away, would I have sought another path? No. All of the things I did for a reason. War is sacrifice. And I have sacrificed everything to protect those I love. To keep them safe. And if it takes sacrificing myself to protect our world, I will not hesitate. I am a soldier of Azeroth.
Exactly. Like, again, because it's a religious concept. Someone said, I don't know if they can hear you, but they said, yeah, why is it when someone teaches about a white Messiah, people will accept it, have pictures of Jesus all over the world, all over the churches, but when you say it's a black man, it's a problem. Why is that? Yeah. Right, let's move on. We're here, man. We're chilling today. We're going to be with you for a long time. Don't worry. All your questions are going to get answered. All right, let's move on. Why can't we, the viewers, be able to read the whole questions text like we used to? Are you now hiding the text deliberately? It's obstruction. No, we're not. We would never do that. Come on. What I notice is that sometimes when people post, they may not finish their question because you're reading it and you get to a point and it just cuts off. Yeah. And we, you know, because when it's more, you can click the little more thing and then it will expand. So no, we're not doing that at all. So just rewrite your question. I want to live forever in this body. Is it possible? That's from 101 FH boy. No, you can't live in this body forever because you have to think things wear and tear. And this body actually deteriorates. This is why from the minute you think you're born, you think you're living, but you're dying. Yeah. You're actually dying to live, which might sound a little bit crazy to people, but if you think about it, from the first minute you're born, you're aging.
Yep.
You're aging, and aging is the process of getting to a point where your body is going to break down. Of course, you can keep it healthy if you know what you're doing and live a much longer life. But yeah, you can't live in the same body forever. No, it's not possible. Okay, moving on. Thank you for all you do. Please, can you give more explanation of the all? I want a true understanding of how I should view the all. Okay, great question. The thing is that because we're using English, English is limiting, and so the best word to use to express what in our culture, in our language, we will call pa'ut, yeah, is all. Now, when you say the all, you're putting a definite article in front. And when you study the English language, when you put the in front of something, it becomes a definite article. So the all is one, yeah? So the way the master teacher, Parnabab Janun, Dr. Malachi Z. York, has taught it to us is that individually, you are a universe, meaning that uni means one, and it starts with you, because without you, nothing else would exist anyway. So the minute you spiral outwards from that dot, from that nukta or
axis,
that is you growing and expanding and growing. That's what we just explained, that when you're born, first of all, you started off as a sperm, a little tadpole, and then you grew in your mother's womb, and you come out and you continue growing and you continue to expand. So uni means one. Two people is jewel. So we become a jewel verse. And then I will experience his universe and he will experience mine. And then tri is 3, 4, quad, and you keep going. And the way it's explained through the scientific community is that you go from universe to jewelverse to triverse, multiverse, omniverse, and so on. So all are part of the all expanding. The all expanding, meaning that each person as the all is continuously expanding, and collectively we're all expanding, including the multiverses and omniverse. So when you say, I want a true understanding of the all, when you return back to your pure energy and etheric self, we're all connected by ether. This is what 9 ether is, yeah? 9 ether is the combination of all conscious, conscience, and conscious gases. And so that's what you're trying to return back to. Once you go through shedding the physical body, becoming the spiritual being, becoming a pure mental being, and then moving up in terms of the ethers. Anytime you want to cut, just cut and jump in.
When you're talking about like God, Anu, Ra, Theos, Jesus, all the different names, all of these deities or beings exist within all. They're all a part of all.
Absolutely. Because you can't take away from the all.
Or add to the all.
And you can't add to all. So where would you get it from? Yeah. So I hope that's answered your question. Just how powerful is fasting? What is the most severe diseases that fasting can cure? Yeah, fasting is very powerful, but there are different types of fast, and for different people, it will affect them differently. But yeah, fasting, well, the master teacher has taught us that you can cure any disease that you have, even death, because death is a disease. Once you know about how telomeres are programmed, and the telomeres at the end of your chromosomes are what determine how long you live, you see. So the elders have mastered the art, and that's why they don't fear death, because they know that the body is only a skin suit, you see. So you can cure anything, and there are different types of fasting, but you have to learn how to do it properly, because some fast, where people fast, for example, like a pure dry fast, that's not that healthy. You can do it in small doses, but really you should have water and liquid, and it depends on the purpose of the fast. You could be fasting to cleanse. Yeah, go ahead.
Someone's just donated buy your books in bulk digitally, and you said yes. However, I never.
Add new sweet and smoky Chipotle to your wing lineup.
Energizer 3-in-1 Child Shield is the world's first coin lithium battery that has 3 different safety features.
Received an email response from your main website.
Okay, someone just said about the donate. First of all, thank you for the donation. That's what we call action speaking louder than words. But yes, contact us again, right? I'm going to give out the email address, yeah? Contact this email address, Nashat, Nashat, UK Store, STORE, @gmail.com. So the whole thing is Nashat UK Store @gmail.com. And our admins will definitely follow up, because we do have a number of websites, so sometimes messages might go to the wrong place. So we say Nadum, which means sorry in our language for not getting back to you yet, but I'm glad you've done that. So if you do it now, Nashat UK Store @gmail.com, that's the UK store, all right? So yeah, we've answered the fasting, so you can cure anything. Well, again, it's not medical advice. We have to put a disclaimer on it, because you know, people will say, you said I could, but it also depends on the level you're at with whatever remember, dis is to go against, ease. When you're not at ease, you're dis-ease the disease, right? So we're not giving medical advice, but we know that through the right herbal remedies and instructions, it's possible to cure anything.
And also, it's good to like give your body rest as well. We like fasting now and again to like give your body to like, you know, get rid of all the toxins and stuff like that. Overeating all the time. So yeah, it's good to like fast.
Live people, don't worry, we got you, we got you. All right, is cold weather real, and are mountains old trees? You live in England and you will know that cold weather is real. So cold weather is real. I don't know where you're going with it. I know there are weather machines and people do control weather with the heart and things like that. But yeah, cold weather is real, especially if you've been in a sunny country like I have recently. You come back here and you just feel like this is not hot, trust me. Are mountains old trees? No, I don't know. Like again, sometimes you have to be a bit more specific, like where you're coming from with that question.
Yeah, I think they see some of the images that they show, some of the rocks, they look like they're old trees that have been cut. But yeah. But what is interesting that we should talk about in terms of trees that people may not be aware of is like, what's amazing is that when you see a tree, a tree might be growing in London, but has roots to another tree in Birmingham, and they're connected underground. So this is why sometimes people are trying to pull a tree out, but the roots are so deep that, you know, it will keep coming up. So trees are very special and are connected because of the cycle of life. You know, they generate oxygen and we need oxygen and so on. But yeah, I don't know about mountains being old trees, because if you really look at how they're formulated, with trees, you can tell the age of a tree because they cut the tree and you can see the stratas, you know, on the tree to see how old it is. Whereas obviously mountains are made up of different minerals as well. So let's keep moving. When we need help, are the forces, guardians, etc. out there that will help us, or are we on our own? You are not
Jimmy
on your
John's
own.
just $10.
You are your ancestors. You're connected to them. The difference is that people may not be aware of it or don't turn on the power or give that energy outwards to external forces.
Tuning in the wrong station.
Tuning in the wrong station.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what Wusabat teaches you, how to use 9 ether forces and your ancestors who are your guardians. But you got to tune into the ones that are agreeable, not the disagreeable ones. So you're not on your own. You're never on your own. This is what, you know, they try to teach you to make you feel that you have no help and no power until you start to tune into yourself and manifest things, and you'll be surprised at what power you have. If a person is mixed race, how can they know which culture to study Also, the ether and the hair versus fur argument. Can you touch on how that relates to mixed race and knowing what culture would be most beneficial for them? Wu Sabat is the culture for everyone. That's the most beneficial culture. And when you're mixed, you have a combination of both sides. So you can still tap into your 9 ether side, which is the mix, right? So when your hair is mixed, even if you're not mixed, there are different levels of ether here. There's 6 ether, 7 ether, 8 ether, 9 ether. The 9 ether will be the most tightly knotted curl, yeah? You know, the Sans people, they have 9 ether here. But most of us have a range between, you know, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And the lower it is in terms of if you don't have any 9 ether mix, then it's going to be pure 6 ether. You know, the straight hair, that's what becomes what you term fur. Yeah, so, and all you have to do is take a piece of fur from any other animal. Remember, we are mixed. We're mixed with animal, we're mixed with mammals, we're mixed with the Natharu or our ancestors. So you just have to take a sample and take a sample from anything else and compare it and see what, yeah, so, and if you are mixed, your dominant side is going to be the 9 ether or the Nagaru side, because that's the most potent in terms of the melanin, etc. We need more and more episodes. Please don't stop. We are learning a lot and we now know the truth. So continue giving us the information. Oh, we're never going to stop giving out the information. But as far as the series goes, this is what we want to hear. We want to know if you really want it, then subscribe to the channel, share the channel, you know, do your best to keep us producing the content. But even before the next series comes out, we're still going to drop videos from time to time on different topics and things. So yeah, we're not going to stop the information.
And it's all based upon questions and answers as well. So as long as the questions keep coming, we keep answering them.
Yeah, series 2, we keep it on Wu Sabat. Yeah, but obviously we have other things we do and other interests, and you know, we can drop videos on different topics separately from the Wu Sabat series, because we've had a lot of personal experiences in life and you know, things we can share as well. So, all right, we're not going to stop the information. Were the Sumerians a black-skinned race of people? Where were they from? Yeah, Sumerians are black-skinned people. They show you that in the drawings. If you look at any of the Anunnaki, they are, yeah, that's when you say Sumerians, remember, this is another mistake we tend to make. Like, it's like saying, we're Londoners black people, you know, because the place was called Sumer or Shinar in ancient times, yeah?
Flat plains.
Yeah, so Flat Plains is the place, Sumer. So the Sumerians will be people from Sumer, and you had all types of different people in Sumer. But yes, the actual, if you're dealing with the Anunnaki who settled in Shinar or Sumer, those are black-skinned race of people, yes. But before the Anunnaki, you had the Natharu that were in Africa first, and they're black-skinned people too. Everything comes from black,
that's right.
Even light. So, yes, you all are the best. Thank you. And they said, thank you. Is the Hebrew Israelites message in error? My family is so confused as to if we should be honoring the Sabbath on Saturday. After this channel, it seems it doesn't matter. Please shed light on this. Yeah, this is what we're saying. Religion divides people. And even within a household, you can have a family that one's a Hebrew Israelite, one's a Muslim, one's a Christian, and that's division and confusion. Wu Sabat predates all religion, and the original Hebrew Israelites were black people. The original of every religion were black people. This is a fact, yeah? However, we say, give religion back, because religion causes more wars on the planet, more divisions, confusion, ignorance, hatred, etc. So Wu Sabat will be the answer, and you are the best example, you know. And yes, the Sabbath is actually supposed to be on the Saturday, not Sunday, if you researched the word. But like we say, we don't want to get into the religion and the divisions, because we're trying to say you don't actually need religion. You know, some people need it for if they're just starting out, and they're trying to find their way. But eventually, you're going to have to graduate from religion, from he being a Hebrew Israelite, from being in the Israeli church, from being a Muslim, from being a Christian, from being Mormon, whatever. Because all that, anything under religion only came about 6,000 years ago, and life existed.
Inc.com/films. CO, how y'all doing? I like to see, everybody shouting out the state where they're located. Don't be shy. Shout out where you at. Shout out where you at. That's good. That's good. All right, so we got a lot to talk about here. We got a lot to talk about. I hope everybody's ready. I know I am. I'm tired, but we're gonna make this happen. We definitely gonna make this happen. Do things the legit way. That's what I'm about. All right, so let's see what we got here. So let me begin. I'm glad everything working out, and I see the levels are looking good. So I'm about to get started right now. So CO everyone. I know it's been a while since the last time we saw each other live, but I'm happy to be back. I'm very thankful for you all joining me today. I really appreciate that. Now, of course, I wanted to go live yesterday, but I forgot that YouTube has since changed their UI yet again. So I needed some time to get used to everything in front of me, and here we are now. So that's the plus side of it. And let me also thank you all that have been supporting me over the years with your much appreciated contributions towards me, my cause, and my content that I present to the public, because that enables me to continuously present this publicly verifiable evidence of documentation concerning various parts of our history to you guys, along with traveling and video documenting places or areas that most of you may not have witnessed yet. I hope you get a chance to do so. So thank you all. Thank you very much for your continued support. I really appreciate that. But oh, let me switch the transition. Let's do this. That's hot. Okay, that worked out. Okay. Should have moved it over a little bit, but it's okay. We're gonna deal with all of this, man. Look, it's been a minute. I'm knocking the rust off. Y'all bear with me. We got a lot to cover today. I'm glad everything's working out. I'm glad everything looks good on my side. Levels is good. So, all right, let's get right into this. Give me a second here. Okay. Yep. All right. So I'm gonna be pulling stuff up where you guys can see at the same time with me, and I hope it come out clear. You know, I hope it does. And if not, if we need to run back over some of this stuff, just leave it in the comments, guys, and let me know. And of course, I don't have a problem with going over this stuff again. I mean, I went over this stuff in the past already, but it's time to bring it back up. And of course, I have a lot more documentation that I was holding on to. My wife did some research as well on these topics as well, and she put in some work with me to get this stuff done. So you already know what I'll be covering today, as far as the title of the video, or the title of the live stream rather, is concerned. And to those of you who were y'all were in the comments claiming that you are blood relative to Harriet or Nat, stop welling. Because you and I both know you're lying. And by the time the end of this live stream comes, so will everybody else. So now I take it that all of you have watched the videos I re-released these past few days on both Harriet Tubman and Nat Turner. So I will consider this a follow-up to each of those videos. Okay, if you haven't watched those videos just yet, that's fine, because it's not wrong with watching an educational video more than once, and I'll leave it like that. So let's jump straight into it. Now, let's start with Harriet Tubman during this live stream, because my wife and I presented evidence of documentation to you all on screen in that particular video. And again, I highly recommend that you watch it if you haven't done so by now, because I shared multiple historic receipts, records, and publicly verifiable evidence of documentation surrounding the congressional creation of the fictional character named Harriet Tubman. Why the story changes every year, why she really had no siblings, why her name was changed, and why she was chosen by the government to be on the $20 bill. Okay, and also why they did not find her father's house that was allegedly located in Maryland sometime this year. Anyway, I also shared detailed information concerning the truth about the Underground Railroad being an actual transit system. And I did this years ago, but now you guys are telling me that Amazon Prime came out with a documentary. I'll go look at it. I think it was a documentary or some type of movie talking about the Underground Railroad being an actual transit system. But I'm sure people out there listening to me, you know, they taking notes. I'm happy, you know, that that's happening, because a lot more people need to wake up. A lot more people need to know the truth. Like, I'm tired of being taught lies. I'm tired of being fed bull crap. Like, I'm against all of that, guys. I'm really about the real truth, because who else to tell our story but us? Okay. So, yeah, and that actual transit system has been in existence for centuries, and I mean centuries, even before these pale faces came over here on the boat. And they have no correlation with any of those safe houses, okay, as history so loves to claim. Okay. In fact, in my video on Harriet Tubman, I shared the public law directly from Congress that enabled the National Park Service Department and the Secretary of the Development, of the Department of Interior to literally select any random dwelling that they felt was best suited to be deemed as, and furthermore utilized as a historical site for the implementation of the indoctrinating stories surrounding slavery in America and the Underground Railroad, by way of the, what were they called? The National, let me see if I can pull this up. It was the National Center for the Study of Afro-American History and Culture Society. Once again, that was the National Center for the Study of Afro-American History and Culture Society. They created and cultivated these stories to make it seem as if they were true, but they were all, in fact, fictional, straight fictional. Like, for example, and I'm about to pull this up for you. In these affidavits that I displayed on screen in the Harriet Tubman video, that was said to have been allegedly written in her presence, Harriet Davis, which you know as Harriet Tubman. You see, should be popping up now. She oddly shares her entire story throughout these documents, and I say oddly because this step was not necessary for her to do in order to be granted a pension for her being married to her late husband. It was unnecessary. And hold on, y'all. Hold up. Whoever calling me, hold up. And according to these documents alone, she mentions everything in detail about herself. But she did not once mention her original name being Minty, nor her name being changed from Minty to Araminta Ross, as some of you may assume. Okay, there is no evidence of her original name being either of these aliases, just fictional stories that were all told by authors and or movie script writers, period. Okay, and according to these documents, Hold on. Okay, and according to these documents, Harriet has, let me see. Harriet has admitted that she didn't have any children by neither of her husbands. She stated, quote, "I never had any children or child by the soldier," referring to her first husband, "nor by John Tubman." Clearly. I mean, if she wrote this, that's what she's saying. So, let me sip this tea then. So how can any of you be allegedly related to her by bloodline, as you claim, when you can't even confirm her real original name? Okay, nor does she have any offspring to carry her bloodline into the next generations to come. Look, you can't. You just can't. But you know what you can do? You can find a family that's willing to be paid a large sum of money to act as if they are blood related to Harriet. Who would do such a thing? The same people that were ordered by Congress to create the story to begin with. Oh, and they also had to find some family pictures that were left unclaimed over the years by their original family members, because our people still nowadays are so far behind on conducting genealogy research by records of their individual families, because that they continuously allow strangers to tell them who they are without any hesitation or room for questioning its accuracy or validity. And nowadays it's worse, because our people have become too damn comfortable with some stranger's point of view or opinion that they somehow believe that a genealogy DNA test can actually tell them their historical genetic makeup overall, when that technology can't exist without digging up each of the graves of their own family members here in America first. You got to dig up each one. Because see, look, I really want y'all to think about this. Are they comparing your data with the deceased? Absolutely not. They tell you that you are limited to comparing your data with other living people. So they are limited to just comparing your data with other living people, period. It stops right there. So you can't determine someone's historical background by comparing traits of other living people today. It doesn't work like that. There's nothing historic about that method. Straight up. There's nothing historic about it. So what makes you think it's actually real now? Because you see other people doing it? These people don't know your family's history. These people do not know your family's history, nor can they tell you the name of your fifth-time great-grandmother, for example, without any historical form of documentation. They can't tell you that. So to go back to what I was saying, since you're satisfied with the stranger's graduation evaluation form as your historical genetic makeup, the government has made it law, right up under your nose, to hand select a random family portrait and say that's Harriet Tubman right there. Uncritically now. Uncritically. That's sad. For example, hold on, let me pull this up. I got an example. According to Cornell University Library, this is in the Division of Rare Manuscript Collections. Listen to that. Rare and Manuscript Collections. In 2002, mind you, their description of this photo says, photograph of Harriet Tubman and 7 Negro tenants. Undated. Once again, photograph of Harriet Tubman and 7 Negro tenants. Undated. And then the government decides to add more to the story of Harriet, and even this picture 3 years later on 8/31/2005 by way of, guess who? The National Park Service, claiming that this is a photo of Nat Turner and her adopted daughter and her adopted daughter, her husband, and 5 other friends. And then it says that one of those friends is allegedly the granddaughter of, listen to this, Harriet Tubman's brother, John Stewart. Nah. So you got to be aware of the story to understand why this is totally incorrect. Okay? I mean, to the point where you could catch them in so many lies, because according to Harriet Tubman's original biography that was written by the Quaker from Geneva named Sarah Bradford that I went over during the video of Harriet Tubman, Harriet's alleged siblings were one second. Let me get this up here. Lena in 1808, Mariah Riddy in 1811, Soft, I think I'm pronouncing that right, in 1813, Robert in 1816, then Minty or Harriet in 1822, then Ben in 1823, then Rachel in 1825, then Henry, 1830, and then it was Moses in 1832. That's it. That's it. She never had a brother named John. Never. And they never carried the surname Stewart in their family neither. And that's according to the original author of her story. So
This is you, and this is your first hunch of the season.
It's parlay time.
With FanDuel, a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube TV will give you many more.
Buffalo. It's Broncos time. Psst, I'd take the over.
And you can easily act on whichever.
I'm telling you. When I'm going to expose it all. When I see something fraud, I'm going to call it out. And that should make you ask some questions like, so did the family decide to come up with her brand new sibling and brand new surname that hasn't been recorded until 2005? And all of these different stories should make you wonder, does the family get any compensation for the multiple books and movies that have been created surrounding this Nat Turner? I mean, the Harriet Tubman story? The answer is no. In fact, in the video, I informed you who gets compensated by law and Harriet's name. Or estate, rather. And those people are definitely not related to her. Nor have they even met her a day in their life. Because, tell me this. How can you even meet a person that has never existed before? I'm gonna say it again. How can you even meet a person that has never existed before? And I'm gonna answer that for you. By the use of your imagination. So look. I put those records on screen, guys. Put those records on screen. All those affidavits. If you want copies of the records that I have on Harriet Tubman, subscribe to my Patreon. Inbox me on Patreon. Every day. I put them out. Okay. Now, let's get straight into this. First of all, number one, let's start off like this. Anybody that's claiming to be a descendant of Nat Turner, of the character, you said that right, of the character, Nat Turner, the lion. Just like how many people out there claiming to be descendants of some African warriors, like the Zulu tribe, for example, just because they're familiar with the stories told to them about the Zulu tribe, maybe winning war battles or may have some form of royalty out there in Africa. So they just want to fit in a crowd of people that have absolutely no idea who they are. And yet they have the nerve to call themselves kings and queens. Not realizing that those terms were not even utilized in places like Africa, for example, because most of the African natives can only speak their native tongues to begin with. Y'all gotta pay attention. Gotta pay attention. Now, in my re-release version of my video concerning that, I played a clip of a news broadcast. And in this clip, there was a guy by the name of Bruce Turner claiming to be the great-great-great-grandson of Nat Turner. And this is sad, honestly. It is. It's sad. It's sad. But anyway, he goes on and shows a binder that could have been considered his family's portfolio. Then he came prepared to show you a picture of Nat Turner on national television, mind you, as if the editors at the news station couldn't just simply Google an image of Nat Turner, since one doesn't exist anywhere. Oh man. They could have just used what they found on Google. Or maybe it would be looked as more authentic if an alleged descendant of Nat would bring his family's portfolio and hold it up for the camera to see, or rather the public. I meant to say the public. Hold it up for everybody to see, in order to set the tone, as if he's somehow creditable now. But see, the picture he decides to show the public is an illustration drawn by an artist, which was strictly drawn for, hold on, let me pull this up, which was strictly drawn for the attention, or for the intention to be published inside of the book entitled The Negro in Our History by Carter G. Woodson on the date of January 1922, according to the Library of Congress. January 1922. So in 1922, the artist knows exactly how Nat Turner looks if no previous picture of Nat existed before? Of course not. So what did he use to portray this image of Nat Turner? His imagination. Right? Am I right or wrong? Let me pull this up. Because not only that, let me pull this up real quick. All right. According to Thomas Gray, the lawyer who allegedly sat with Nat while he was in jail in order to record Nat's alleged voluntary statement of guilt, he published inside of his Confessions of Nat Turner in 1831, documenting that, quote, "We, the undersigned, members of the court, convened at Jerusalem on Saturday, the 5th day of November, 1831, for the trial of Nat, alias Nat Turner, a Negro slave, late the property of Putnam Moore, deceased, do hereby certify that the Confessions of Nat to Thomas R. Gray was read to him in our presence." Listen to that. "And that Nat acknowledged the same to be full, free, and voluntary." Now, it's a few things I want to point out here. First of all, this confirms that the name Nat Turner is an alias. And to those of you that don't know what an alias is, it means a false name. A name totally different from a person's birth name. This also means that the surname Turner is not his actual last name. See? So that great-great-great-grandson named Bruce Turner is being paid to act as if he's a descendant of Nats, when it's strictly all done for the purpose to stroke your imagination.
This is the mark of a fighter. A rich, full-flavored lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. A reward for those with a fighting spirit. You've earned this, so hold it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Now, within the same quote I just read, it indicated that the confessions of Nat Turner were read to him, and then he acknowledged it all voluntarily. Again, they were read to him and then acknowledged, and then he acknowledged them voluntarily. This should sound familiar to many people who have watched those bad guy, good cop shows, or maybe have experienced this particular situation firsthand. I'm gonna give you an example. Let's just say when you're at a police station for questioning, their job is to discover your motives and force you to confess. But in most cases, as some of you may know, the officers who are doing the questioning will actually be doing the confessing for you. To the point where they will manipulate you into agreeing to, let's say, a plea bargain, or manipulate you forcefully into the illusion of you now somehow being guilty of the charges that's pending against you. Boxing you in the corner with stories or scenarios they created for you to be agreed upon. And they turn around and said that Nat voluntarily agreed to these confessions that were written for him after he allegedly murdered a mammoth amount of people. How does that make sense? And if these were actually Nat Turner's confessions to the lawyer Thomas Gray, then why was it copyrighted 5 days later, on November 10th, 1831, as if it's a book and can be sold because there is a profit to be made of an alleged murderer's confession? Uh-oh. Yo, oh man. Here it is. Here it is right here. On the second document of this collection, it reads, and I'm gonna quote this now, the District of Columbia, to wit, be it remembered that on this 10th day of November, Anno Domini, that's AD for short, 1831, Thomas R. Gray of the said district deposited in this office the title of a book, which is in the words as following: The Confessions of Nat Turner, the leader of the late insurrection in Southampton County, Virginia, as fully and voluntarily made to Thomas R. Gray, in the prison where he was confined and acknowledged by him to be such when read before the court of Southampton. With the certificate under seal, listen to this, of the court convened at Jerusalem, November 5th, 1831, for his trial. Also, an authentic account of the whole insurrection, with lists of the whites who were murdered and of the Negroes brought before the court of Southampton, and their sentenced, etc. The right whereof he claims as proprietor in conformity with an act of Congress entitled, quote, an act to amend the several acts respecting copyrights. There you go. And so it was copyrighted by the clerk of the district court for the District of Columbia named Edmund J. Lee on November 10th, 1831. So, like I mentioned in my previous videos about this situation, Thomas Gray saw that a profit was to be made by printing these so-called Confessions of Nat Turner, in which, if he had all rights to do so, then it shouldn't be any issues, right? But let me pull this up. According to this Liberator newspaper, that's the name of the company, published on December 17th, 1831. I'm gonna read this now. December 17th, keep this in mind. Quote, these confessions occupy 23 pages and 12 MO. See, I'm not sure if that's month or what. I'm not sure. It could have been talking about, I'm not sure why they said 12 MO like that, as if it was saying 12 months. I'm not sure what that meant, but just listen to this. These confessions occupy 23 pages and are stated to have been fully and voluntarily made to Thomas Gray in the prison where Nat was confined. An addition of 50,000 copies has been printed in Baltimore. This boy was moving in order to get this money, which will only serve to rouse up other leaders and cause other insurrections. So you know it's more than one leader? By creating among the blacks admiration for the character of Nat and a deep, undying sympathy for his fate, we advise the grand juries in the several slave states to indict Mr. Gray and the printers of the pamphlet forthwith. That's the newspaper company talking. So you know they got some political schemes going on. It's still to this very day, by the way. Notice how also they refer to Nat as a character and Thomas Gray's book as a pamphlet. Okay, now I know, you know, a pamphlet and a book are the same, but let me point something out here. Okay, let me point something out. 4 days prior to this Liberator news article being published, let me pull something else up real quick. This was 4 days prior. 4 days prior to this Liberator news article, the New York Spectator published an article dated December 13th, 1831, under the subtitle, The Confessions of Nat Turner. Now, what's very important to note here is that they begin this article by stating, quote, Mr. T.R. Gray's palm play of the Confessions of Nat Turner, the leader of the late insurrection in Southampton, has been published at Baltimore. It makes 22 pages. Okay, that was a discrepancy also, but I want you to notice how to use the word palm play. Not pamphlet, palm play, which is not a typo. It's an actual word. It's a French word. This word means satire in English. Which is another way of saying to ridicule someone or to over-exaggerate insults to already existing injuries. And it's funny because this alone gives you the context to the agenda surrounding these completely fictional characters like Nat Turner. These types of stories, or propaganda rather, are purposely created with the sole intent to cause raging emotions of retaliation and or to keep the public at bay in a state of fear. And we can all attest to this method of manipulative programming because we can recall many examples of these same methods being utilized against the public still to this very day. Like, for example,
Amazing helped Anthony through night classes. Amazing starts at CSL Plasma. Donate plasma today and receive up to $700 your first month. You can help create medicines that save lives while making a difference in your own. CSL Plasma. Do the amazing.
With so many choices across the U.S., find Chicago bed and breakfasts even Cardinals fans could love.
the case surrounding the murder of George Floyd, and every other case that shares that same outcome consistently. What happened down at the Capitol while Trump was on his way out the office. Oh, and let me pull this out, because we can't count this one out neither. I mean, look, you get the point. You get the point. It's like a broken record that just continues to repeat at the same mark. The question is, how long are you willing to continue to allow this all to happen repeatedly? Want some changes to happen, we got to make the changes for ourselves. We can't just sit around and wait for somebody else when we know we could do it on our own. There's no excuse. We could do this on our own. Shout out to the moderators holding it down. I see you. Now, I also want you to make note of something very important during this time period. These so-called slave insurrections. Can anyone in the chat guess what was going on simultaneously? So the question I'm gonna ask again. The question is, during this time period of these so-called slave insurrections, I need somebody to tell me in the chat what was going on simultaneously. And I'll give you a hint. Yeah, I'll give you a hint. Now, I mentioned in my video on Nat Turner, hopefully you've seen that, I said that there were multiple Indian raids occurring all across the nation, and especially in Virginia. Do you know what I was referring to? What am I referring to? Now, Come on now. Now, while you ponder on that for a second, let me let y'all ponder on that for a second. Here's something else to think about. This was also during the same time period where multiple religious groups like the Quakers and other missionaries, for example, campaigned to governors and even the president of that time to enforce new rules and regulations that would eventually lead to running the Indians off of their own land to some newly acquired lands along the coast of West Africa. The ultimate organization that eventually accomplished this goal, or that goal, but not in large numbers, don't let them lie to you, was the American Colonization Society. And the millions of the Indians that chose to stay were threatened by the president and by an act of Congress with the Indian Removal Act that lasted much, much longer than 1830. The Indian Removal Act of 1830. And still, many of our ancestors stayed home and fought with resistance. And that's what I was looking for someone in the chat to mention, by the way. So now think about this. Now, I want you to keep in mind that all of this was going on during the said time period. So the news media of that time was none other than the newspapers. So they created stories and characters in hopes to quell the revolts and cause confusion and to spread fear amongst those who can read English. I hope you don't believe me, because I'm about to give you an example. My example is, I'm gonna tell you right now, Thomas Ruffin, that was his middle name, Thomas Ruffin Gray, was not the first to create the story of Nat Turner. It was created by the power of a political newspaper company. So this is my example. This political newspaper company was known as the Constitutional Whig of Richmond, Virginia. And they published this August, hold on, let me see. Let me pull it up. Okay. Yep. Constitutional Whig was the name of the newspaper. Constitutional Whig of Richmond, Virginia. They published the article on August 29th. Listen, August 29th, 1831, which was way before Thomas allegedly sat with Nat Turner himself. Now, The newspaper company. This newspaper company is also known as the Richmond Whig. So they had a few different names. And in a letter from its senior editor, dated Thursday, August 25th, which was just a few days after Nat was said to have started his insurrection, it goes to state the following. It says, Jerusalem, Saturday 27th. Quote, my own impression is, listen to that. My own impression is that they acted under the influence of their leader, Nat, a preacher and a prophet among them. That even he had no ulterior purpose, but was stimulated exclusively by fanatical revenge and perhaps misled by some hallucination of his imagined spirit of prophecy. Two days later, same article, but same article. They just did different dates, put them all together. Monday, the 29th. It says the General Broadnax, I think that's how you pronounce that, or Broadnax, of the Greenville Militia. General Broadnax of the Greenville Militia. He stated that his officers that he sent to Southampton reported back stating that the scene of the late murders is perfectly quiet now. And then he said, quote, all the party have been killed or taken, with the exception, as is believed from the statement of prisoners and other information, of from 4 to 5 who had retreated to a swamp and will probably be taken. And then right after that, immediately right after that, the very next sentence, it says, Nat, the ringleader, who calls himself general, pretends to be a Baptist preacher, a great enthusiast, declares to his comrades that he is commissioned by Jesus Christ, and proceeds under his inspired directions that the late singular appearance of the Son was the sign for him, etc., etc. Is arming the number not yet taken. The story of him having been killed at the bridge near Jerusalem and of the 2 engagements there unfounded, meaning they don't have no evidence of that. It is believed he cannot escape. So they don't know for sure. They don't know for sure, but we could tell that the senior editor wrote that part because what follows next? It says, the general is convinced from various sources of information that there has existed no general concert among the slaves. Circumstances impossible to have been feigned demonstrate the entire ignorance on the subject. The editor ain't know. Okay? So, in response to the senior editor's manipulative curiosity, that's what it was, this militia general completely debunks the existence of a ringleader amongst the Negro slaves. Oh, and did you notice how that surname Turner wasn't used by this newspaper editor? And then the skeletal story of Nat by Thomas Gray was not only based upon this newspaper's editor, but it also, I think it was published by Thomas Gray 3 months later, allegedly. And I say allegedly because according to the digitized version of the satire, it was printed in 1832, which was the very next year. So now, with all of that being said, I want to cover something that I didn't get a chance to cover back in 2017 when I retrieved this information, okay? What I'm about to pull up, 1 second. Okay, I'm about to pull up this document from the, here we go, from the Southampton County Board of Supervisors, dated February 25th, 2013. Listen, it's called Project Update, Nat Turner 1831, Southampton Insurrection Trail, and Restoration of the Rebecca House. And I'm gonna read this. It says, quote, as you are aware, Southampton County agreed to service as grantee, fiscal agent, and project sponsor for the Southampton County Historical Society's development of the Nat Turner 1831 Southampton Insurrection Trail. In July of 2010, which was 3 years prior to this project, prior to this document, we were awarded $420,000 transportation enhancement grant to connect travelers, tourists, students, and residents with sites associated with the Nat Turner Rebellion. Listen to this. The project will include fabrication of orientation exhibits. They gonna make it up. Installation of, wait, where am I? Installation of the interpretive signage, acquisition of easements, construction of turnouts, and production of a brochure and map. The Rebecca Vaughn House, located on the Museum of Southampton History campus in Cortland, will function as a visitor center and trailhead. Here, the public will learn about the rebellion, explore the route traveled by Turner and his insurgents. How you know what route he traveled? And discover period artifacts, including Turner's sword, listen to that crap, and the lock from his jail cell. They kept his lock. So, oh no, let me finish up. It says, since the fiscal year 2008, Southampton County has contributed an aggregate sum of $133,750 towards this project. That was back in 2008. Attached for your reference, please find a copy of Project Long Range Plan, which will provide you with an excellent overview of the project. Now, I just went down and read that bottom part, and because I wanted you all to see that this was all made up. And I'm gonna go further into this right now. Let me see. Which one should I start with? Let me start with the Rebecca Vaughn house, since they want to use this all the time. Let me pull this up real quick. All right. The Rebecca Vaughn house. All right. So in this document, it says the Rebecca Vaughn house is a 1.5. You have to listen to this closely, guys. The Rebecca Vaughn house is a 1.5-story frame federal dwelling built approximately 1795. Preservation of the Rebecca Vaughn house required it to be relocated from its original site on Borough Road to 5 miles away from Cortland. See, this is the reason why I couldn't find it when I went down there. The building was donated by the Pittman family in 2004 when it was moved to the current site. The Rebecca Vaughn house was deemed significant for placement on the National Register of Historic Places, as it is the only remaining structure where landowners were killed during the 1831 Southampton insurrection. Keep that in mind. They said that's the only one remaining. Okay. Now, I want to point out some discrepancies within their own document right here, because in the section, pull this up. Okay. In the section labeled Project Background, it was stated that the project truly began, listen to this, in 2002, when the Rebecca house was donated by the Pittman family to the Southampton County Historical Society. Now, they just said 2004. What? Make up your mind. They said 2004. Which one is it? Is it 2002 or 2004? Now, the 1831 Southampton Insurrection Project truly began in 2002 when the Pittman family donated the Rebecca Vaughn house to the Southampton County Historical Society. And they never tell you about who's the Pittman family. Who was that? And how they get that Rebecca Vaughn house? This how you know it's cap. They don't want to talk about that. That's important. All right, so they just donated this house. Okay. This National Register of Historic Places property was the last site where landowners were killed during the revolt. I mean, how can you know that? How do you know that? Who told you that? Where y'all getting this from? How you know that this was the last one? Oh, and speaking of National Register of Historic Places, let me pull this up too. Dated back in the month of May 2008. Yeah. Yep. Month of May 2008. The Virginia Department of Historic Resources, the MAAR Associates Inc., and the NRHP and the National Park Service created and released a survey documented as, quote, Historic Structures Survey of Southampton County, Virginia, where they literally selected houses to be utilized as fabricated historical places for tourists and other visitors. Now I'm going to read this to you. Watch this. The abstract. Beginning in late 2006 and extending to 2007, a project by the Ottery Group on behalf of Southampton County and the Virginia Department of Historic Resources was undertaken to complete and correct a comprehensive survey of historic structures within Southampton County, Virginia. The project involved editing and completing previously compiled documentation forms, checking maps and photographic labels, and completing the final survey report. The project also included the documentation of a minimum of 15 historic resources, 10 at the Renaissance level and 5 at the intensive level. The final task is a scripted PowerPoint presentation about the history and architecture of Southampton County. The previous survey was conducted between 1999 through 2001 by the MAAR Associates Incorporated, whose research staff surveyed a total of 196 historical properties located throughout the located throughout the county. Of these 196, they saying 10 were recorded to the intensive level. In addition, structures over the age of 50 years were circled on a topographic map, but not recorded on the IPS form. Ten architectural sites were recommended as eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places. They selected them. They said, all right, that one, that one, that one, that one. That's how they were doing it, just plucking them. Picking whatever one they want, trying to get all the land. We're gonna get into that at a later date. But that's how they was taking the land from you. With moves like this. What was that? 10 architectural sites were recommended as eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places, as was the Cortland Potential Historic District. Recommendations for the further study, okay, and for preservation planning in Southampton County are also presented. Okay. Stay with me now. I'm gonna tell you why they're doing all this, why they did all this. Now, what's interesting to know here are the 10 houses they chose or selected, rather, under the intensive level. I'm going to show you all of the houses they have pictured in this document real quick. Now look at this. Look at these houses real closely. Notice how each of these houses is in excellent condition. These houses don't look 1790 nothing. With the exception of this one, this particular one right here.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey, we're How Ridiculous 3 Child.
Which is said to be the Rebecca Vaughn house. It's a huge difference between this house and all the rest of them. But here's the problem with that, okay? Because it says, as the description up under this one, up under this house, they all had their own descriptions. Oh no. It says the federal style. Wait, no, that's wrong. Oh no, that's right. The federal style Catherine Whitehead house, where Nat Turner's group killed 4 family members, and the Rebecca Vaughn house, where they committed their last murders, are examples of a smaller hall and parlor type houses. The Rebecca Vaughn house has been listed on the NRHP. Now, mind you, I mean, they didn't show you a picture of this Catherine Whitehead house. They don't show you a picture of that right here. They show you a picture of this Rebecca Vaughn house, alleged Rebecca Vaughn house. And the reason why I'm saying that is because if you could recall, I showed you in my Nat Turner video that there were 2 houses that had been removed, okay? So I caught them right on time when I was in Southampton in 2017. I caught them right on time. I caught them making an executive decision to swap houses when they thought no one was looking. Their agenda was to have a bigger house, but similar in style in order for people to walk inside. So again, they're just making it up as they go along, okay? Now, and here's how I know that. Look, as far as this point is concerned, I'm gonna put this on screen for you. Hold on. I want you to see this. All right, here we go. So look, when comparing the 2 houses side by side, you can see 2 room windows upstairs on one house and 3 room windows on the other. Both have well, no, okay, go look at the bottom of them. They both have brand new foundations. Brand new. That's new brick. Indicating that they were both selected at one point. Now, according to that document I just read earlier from 2013, I referenced earlier that the Rebecca Vaughn house. No, I didn't read that earlier. Hold on, let me pull that up so I can read it to you. So in this document right here, it says, quote, the Rebecca Vaughn house is a 1.5 story frame federal dwelling built approximately 1795. I think I read that, but this is the part I didn't get a chance to read. It says there are 2 rooms downstairs, one on either side of a central hall, and 2 rooms upstairs. Not 3, 2. So we can easily determine that this is not Rebecca's house. I mean, even the picture show you that. Look at the picture. This particular one is like far away, but you can still see that there's 2 windows up there because, and the other house is wider than this one. And this may very well be the house originally selected to be Rebecca's house, right here. The house with the 3 windows upstairs could be later selected to become the future Catherine Whitehead house. I'm just saying they didn't show it for a reason. Okay, which should also, well, yeah, I would say that. I'm good with saying that. Yeah, because it's a possibility. Because with them selecting any house that they want, it's a free for all. Oh yeah, I'm glad I thought about that. And another thing that I think is important to know here is also in this 2013 project document. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Cause this is so silly. Hold on. When I saw this, I was like, there you go. It says, quote, the Vaughn family settled in Southampton County during the early 17th century. Thomas Vaughn Jr. inherited 210 acres in the 1790s and constructed his house about the time he married Rebecca Foster. Vaughn died in the early 1800s, leaving his wife to raise their 4 children. Rebecca was still a widow in 1831 and was highly respected throughout the county. Her 2 sons, George and Arthur, lived with her. However, her daughters, Mary and Martha, were married. All of them will play a role in the insurrection. Notice how I say all of them will play a role in the insurrection. I mean, if you're an actor, you gotta play a role. It says, George and Arthur, alongside Rebecca and her niece, Anne Vaughn, were killed by Turner's followers. Mary's, listen to that. They were killed by Turner's followers. Then Mary's husband, Captain John Barrow, was killed in a determined defense of his home, and his wife escaped. Martha was married to the lawyer, John Parker. They owned Parker's Field, where the insurgents first fought the Jerusalem militia. Listen to this. John Parker was assigned to defend Nat Turner during his trial. I'm not making this up. I'm reading it verbatim. So, a family member in which Nat, or rather one of his followers, murders, represents Nat in court as his lawyer during his trial. Does that make sense to y'all? He kills members of this guy, John Parker's family. And he turns right around and represents Nat Turner in court to help him beat his case. That's adding up to you? That ain't adding up to me. Now, in addition to all of that, they also didn't forget to enhance their operational scheme by implementing the educational side of things. I'm gonna say it that way. So in this same document, it says the 1831 Southampton Insurrection Trail is a powerful learning experience. The Museum of Southampton History and the Rebecca Vaughn House will facilitate hands-on, interactive programs for school groups. Virginia Standards of Learning specify that students must learn about slavery, slave revolts, and abolitionism during grades 4, 5, 8, and 11. 4, 5, 8, and 11. Listen to that. Listen to that. The hands-on and place-based learning approach based on the colonial Williamsburg model has proven to be the finest method to reinforce historical themes outside of the classroom setting. Consequently, educational programs offered by the museum will feature an educator dressed as a Southampton citizen or slave in 1832, who will interact with students by engaging them with reproduction items while reinforcing historic themes. Sample programs include Dred Scott and the Causes of the Civil War. Now, you know, if they added these people in here, that they ain't true neither. Confessions of Nat Turner, Anthony Gardner in Liberia, John Brown, Fugitive Slaves in the Underground Railroad, John Brown, A Slave's Life. The strengths of these programs are based on the ability of costume interpreters to interplay with students. Costumed interpreters are able to reveal meaning and relationships through the subject of objects and firsthand experience, rather than simply communicating factual information. Y'all wasn't gonna give up factual information anyway, so shit. Why not wake it up? Why not make it up? Studies, I'm gonna finish up. Studies, some of which date back to the 1920s, show museums to be effective teaching and learning environments. Between 1879, oh my goodness, correction. Between 1978 and 2008, over 20 studies were conducted on the impact museums had on school students' learning. The results show that in 19 of 20 cases, museums were able to cause significant increases in learning among students. Now, I'm sure many of you who are probably my age or older can recall being, you know, going on them field trips, going to museums galore if you were in public school when you were young. How many of y'all can recall that? Going to the museums to get indoctrinated even more. And they made it seem all fun because you get to interact with all this and blah, 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 blah. It says studies conducted by the College of William and Mary, York County Public Schools, and the Jamestown Yorktown Foundation documented learning gains among Yorktown fourth graders participating in structured programs with costumed interpreters. Additionally, a study completed by the Virginia Department of Education, the University of Virginia, and Hampton City Schools documented significant learning gains among students using a museum program with costume staff as compared to traditional classroom instruction. But that's right. If you make it fun for the children, yeah, they gonna fall for it. That's another reason why I'm telling y'all that's still ongoing. Compulsory education still happening. They didn't stop nothing. All he did was update it. Where am I at? Yeah, the Museum of Southampton History will be the only museum in Southampton Roads providing this type of specialized educational activity designed to help fulfill SOL requirements. The hands-on component is reinforced by teaching within a historical event. The place-based approach gives students a sense. The place-based approach gives students a sense of witnessing an actual event. See there? The combination of these techniques creates a desire for students to learn more by being immersed in history. The 1831 Southampton insurrection is addressed in every American history survey textbook. Since most students are not able to visit Southampton County to experience the revolt's history, The Southampton County Historical Society and the WHRO have developed, listen, 40 episodes known as Insurrection Minutes, which detail the causes, events, and impact of Nat Turner's rebellion. The WHRO will use PBS eMedia to stream these segments into every classroom in the nation. Each segment will be supported by lesson plans and classroom activities. The insurrection measures will take students to actual sites associated with the rebellion, that's CAP, and storytelling techniques will provide valuable insights into the revolt's place in the history of slavery. It says, in addition to school-age programming, the Museum of Southampton History will offer bus tours taking participants to various rebellion sites, provide step-on tour guides for buses and school groups, offer lectures on the slave revolt topic, and organize special seminars discussing Nat Turner, Dred Scott, Anthony Gardner, and John Brown. So with all of that indoctrinating going on, I know you got to be wondering, what do they get out of all of this lying? Why would someone do such a thing to a set group of people? And my answer to that will always be to simply follow the money trail. Like, for example, there's a section inside of this document also called Economic Impact. I'm gonna read this to you. It says, the 1831 Southampton Insurrection Trail Project is designed to expand Southampton County's heritage tourism industry. Tourism is the second largest industry in Virginia and is the most widely understood story about the economics of prehistoric preservation. Virginia tourism revenue topped $20 billion in 2011.
I'm just here to make you think.
These mushrooms make you feel better. Like, a lot better. These mushrooms help you focus while lowering stress, keeping you calm, but sharp. They reduce bloat and protect your gut so you can digest better. Plus, they boost your immunity so you can stay healthy and energized. Oh, by the way, they taste good too. Someone should make a coffee out of this stuff. Rise. Feel better.
What is it you're holding?
A cookie?
You were chosen to become something more than you already are.
I am
Every opponent you've ever faced.
Let's dance, lizard.
Well, I saw that coming.
I'll see you, everyone. Thank you all for joining. B Royalty, thank you for becoming a member. And Gary Hayden, thank you for becoming a member. How y'all doing out there? We good? Y'all can hear me, right? We good? What we looking like? My mic is on. Yeah, my mic is on. Y'all can hear me, right? We good? OCO. All right, cool. Cool. Excellent. Choctaw Montana in the building. Blue Dreamer in the building. Ice Hawk in the building. Jessica in the building. Brownie Roberts in the building. What's going on, y'all? Kimberly Wilson, thank you for becoming a member. I see you. Austin, Texas in the building. Oklahoma in the building. Las Vegas in the building. Greer, South Carolina in the building. Who that? Chicago in the building. Boston in the building. Dallas, Texas in the building. St. Louis in the building. Oseo Tamari. Ohio in the building. Dallas, Texas in the building. Bama in the building. Shout out to Alabama. Detroit in the building. California in the building. Memphis Teen in the building. Atlanta, GA in the building. Milwaukee in the building. Wait, as far as
where's the most convenient place to get that big fitness energy? It's Planet Fitness. With equipment for every workout, everyone belongs in the judgment-free zone. Join today for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime.
Hurry! Deal ends September 12th. Join now, online or at your local PF Club.
At Jimmy John's, just $10 get you a full 8 inches of any original sandwich, Jimmy chips, drink, and a dessert. It's a deal so good, we didn't have to spend a lot on this ad. Oh, but we could afford confetti. Order the $10 total package meal only at Jimmy John's.
What we about to get into? The volume is fine. Excellent. Excellent. The first thing I wanted to get into is a couple of things that YouTube, I noticed that didn't get it, they didn't show everybody some things that I pointed out before. I'm going to get into that that I feel as though is very important. It's a couple of things that I was tweeting about earlier today, and it was on my mind. It was on my mind because I was noticing a lot of people getting involved into situations where they thought it was all good, they were getting money, and then they realized they actually put themselves in a trap. They signing contracts and they can't get out of it. And but that goes for a lot of different people. That goes for a lot of different people who are working, unfortunately, that is going through that situation where you thought that was the good job. As an example, you thought that was a good job, good paying job. You got there and things ain't, working out the way you wanted it to work out. Shout out to Ace. I appreciate you, Ace. And Tasha, Tasha Wright, thank you for becoming a member. And you wanted to make some changes, and some cases, they tell you already have another job lined up before you quit that one. But then they don't tell you how difficult that could be for certain people, trying to make a transition. And is that next one a better one than the last one? On top of, some people may be comfortable with where they're where they're at right now financially, or where they're at in general in life. And I'm not knocking them. This is not a knock to none of that. Like, if you feel like you good, fine. But a lot of people will turn around and complain about certain things that they're going through. Like those of you that know, that came up and tried to state some cases when it comes to reparations, A lot of them are in very good position right now, as far as their life. But they're not, for example, they're still not comfortable where they're at. They feel as though they should be higher, in which all people should feel like they should be higher up. Some people may feel as though it's certain things that's holding them back due to the environment, or it could be the education that they received, or it could be the position that the government put our people in, or put the majority of people in. You'll hear that. You'll hear that. It's thrown off on other things, but not necessarily the individual. And this is what I want to point this out. I just want you guys to know that some accountability gotta fall back on the person. It gotta fall back on the individual. And here's why. This is not a beat up session. I just want you to understand the reason why I will come back on you is because of how far you want to take your life. Where do you see yourself 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Do you see yourself still working for a job that you don't want to work for, or a job that you really don't care for? You're just there for a check. Do you see yourself doing that 5 to 10 years from now? Or do you see yourself actually in a higher position than what you're in right now? Even if you are in a high position right now, do you see yourself higher than that? And then on top of that, 5 to 10 years from now, where do you want to be? Where do you want to be? Ronald Jackson, thank you for becoming a member. I feel as though these are important things that anybody should be asking themselves. And then I can tell you where that, where the holdup is, where the drawback is. Where did that stem from? Why is that not out in the open for our people to conversate about amongst themselves? Why is that not being promoted? Because of certain situations that you're already in. Like when you come out of college, you're automatically in debt. But they tell you to go to college to get a better education or a higher education so you could get whatever sort of job in that particular field that you picked. In most cases, people don't get the job that they were shooting for. They get the job that they got to settle for coming out of college. And then when you come out of college or university, whatever it may be, you got to pay off the debt. Now, hear me out on this one, y'all. When you were born, they tell you that you're born in debt already, but debt owed to who? What? You were just born into this world. You owe somebody other than your mother and your father and the creator something? So other than your mother and your father and the creator, you owe somebody else something for getting here? But why is this a revolving cycle? Why does this happen? Why is it always falling back on the individual as if they did something wrong? As soon as they got into this world, you're automatically in debt with somebody unforeseen. Never met them, you never signed anything, you didn't have an agreement, but then people turn around and do create agreements. I'm going to get to that. I'm lining it all up, okay? They make agreements when they're of age to make agreements without their parents, or sometimes their guardians and parents could want them to sign an agreement. Whatever the case may be, it could be a clothing line deal. It could be, or you're modeling some shoes and you're underage. You'll never know. That does happen. But I want to just focus on you as the individual signing contracts. That is an application for employment, so that's including everybody. Those that want to say that they're working a 9 to 5 per se. That's everybody, not just CBA people or work for hire. It's everybody. You're signing a contract. You're signing a contract. Everybody is. Why is that? Well, a lot of other people will state that they will have to do certain things like that as far as working is concerned in order to bring themselves up. But how long? Once again, it goes back to that 5 to 10 year plan. How long are you willing to do that? Because the majority of the time we see a lot of people just go with the flow
And that end up, you know, becoming a career, and regardless if they liked it or not, they just settled. Why are people settling for things that they don't want? Was this done by design? Was this done because of a person's mentality on how they looked at life? Why would you raise up the white flag? Like, you think all doors are closed on you? What happened? Well, I'm not gonna be able to, you know, turn what I know into my own business, because then I gotta worry about dishing out more money in order for me to create a business and upkeep it. Yeah, but you're not gonna know something until you try. You're not gonna learn something until you try. Like, a lot of the people that are up, that are millionaires, had made multiple mistakes or took multiple losses, but they didn't look at it as a loss, they looked at it as a lesson. Some people are not, okay, some people are afraid to step outside of the box that this society puts you in. Like, you think that the ticket out of where you're at is to go get that job that's a good paying job, or to go to that college or university to earn that degree so you could possibly go get that job. But it doesn't necessarily work out for everybody the way everybody would think it would work out based off of what society says it will be. And the reason why I'm stating that is to go back to, in a historical sense, with all of this, I'm going to put this all together into how they make the picture of society laid out already. Like, you get older, you think that you got to go to a college or university, earn a degree, get that good paying job. It doesn't work out. Now you falling for whatever it is, you settling for, rather, whatever it is that's correlating probably with your degree. Most of the time it's not. You're just settling. You got to pay bills. You got to pay off this debt. That's entrapment. And realistically, that's enslavement. Realistically, that's enslavement. And notice how it's a lot of our people that are settling right now to continuously be enslaved, and they're not happy. Is it fair to them? No. No. Is that a hard pill to swallow? Absolutely. Absolutely. But remember, they tell you to swallow your pride. Swallow your pride. I wonder why they want you to swallow your pride as if it's a pill or some water. I want pride. I wonder why they want you to swallow your pride as if it's a pill or some water. I wonder why. Because if you don't have pride, how are you going to bring yourself up individually? Listen, remember when I say it's a lot of things that they taught us? They taught to us in reverse. And the reverse matters, so we can do the total opposite. That's one. Why would you swallow your pride when you need every bit of your pride to raise yourself higher? Within your realm, on a higher plane than what other people may think you're going to keep yourself. A lot of people would do things in their life based off of what other people may feel as good to them or for them. Like they're living for other people instead of themselves. What makes you feel good? Not what makes everybody else feel good. What makes you happy? And then you turn around and settle for less when you know you're worth more. What is that cycle? What am I getting at, Dane? What are you getting at, Dane? Slave mentality. Entrapping yourself. Enslavement. When you keeping that slave mentality going, this is the reason why slavery will be an ongoing process, because of the way you think. Not because of your skin complexion. It's all going to go back towards your mindset. How do you think? Or what are your thoughts about your present, your past, and your future? What do you think about that now? Say, for example, you went through the college and you got your degree, you're in debt, you still paying it off, you got a halfway decent job. How do you get yourself out of that predicament when you don't see no way out? But then they turn around and tell you to swallow your pride. Well, the first thing you gotta have is pride in yourself. Then they turn around and tell you gotta believe in somebody else. And even that individual or whatever it is, that being could be unforeseen. When you actually get up and look in the mirror every day at yourself, why don't you believe in something that you can see, which is you? And have pride and confidence in yourself that you will actually believe in yourself to turn your life around the way you want it to go. But a lot of people are stuck on that slave mentality. And then they notice there's limits to that slave mentality. And then it seems like you're capped past and your future. What do you think about that now? Say, for example, you went through the college and you got your degree, you're in debt, you're still paying it off, you got a halfway decent job. How do you get yourself out of that predicament when you don't see no way out? But then they turn around and tell you to swallow your pride. Within your realm, on a higher plane than what other people may think you're going to keep yourself. A lot of people would do things in their life based off of what other people may feel as good to them or for them. Like they're living for other people instead of themselves. What makes you feel good? Not what makes everybody else feel good. What makes you happy? And then you turn around and settle for less when you know you're worth more. What is that cycle? What am I getting at, Dane? What are you getting at, Dane? Slave mentality. Entrapping yourself. Enslavement. When you keeping that slave mentality going, this is the reason why slavery will be an ongoing process, because of the way you think, not because of your skin complexion. It's all going to go back towards your mindset. How do you think? Or what closed on you? What happened? Well, I'm not going to be able to, turn what I know into my own business, because then I got to worry about dishing out more money in order for me to create a business and upkeep it. Yeah, but in order for me to what I know, well, I'm not going to be able to, turn what I know into my own business, because then I got to worry about dishing out more money in order for me to create a business and upkeep it. Yeah, but you're not going to know something until you try. You're not going to learn something until you try. Like a lot of the people that are up, that are millionaires, had made multiple mistakes or took multiple losses, but they didn't look at it as a loss. They looked at it as a lesson. Some people are not. Okay, some people are afraid to step outside of the box that this society puts you in. Like, you think that the ticket out of where you're at is to go get that job that's a good paying job, or to go to that college or university to earn that degree so you could possibly go get that job. But it doesn't necessarily work out for everybody the way everybody would think it would work out based off of what society says it will be. And the reason why I'm stating that is to go back to, in a historical sense, with all of this, I'm going to put this all together into how they make the picture of society laid out already. Like, you get older, you think that you got to go to a college or university, earn a degree, get that good paying job. It doesn't work out. Now you fall in for whatever it is, you settling for, rather, whatever it is that's correlating probably with your degree. Most of the time it's not. You're just settling. You got to pay bills. You got to pay off this debt. That's entrapment. And realistically, that's enslavement. Realistically. That's enslavement. And notice how it's a lot of our people that are settling right now to continuously be enslaved. And they're not happy. Is it fair to them? No. No. Is that a hard pill to swallow? Absolutely. Absolutely. But remember, they tell you to swallow your pride. Swallow your pride. I wonder why they want you to swallow your pride as if it's a pill or some water. I wonder why. Because if you don't have pride, how are you going to bring yourself up individually? Listen, remember when I say it's a lot of things that they taught us? They taught to us in reverse. And the reverse matters so we could do the total opposite. That's one. Why would you swallow your pride when you need every bit of your pride to raise yourself higher? Within your realm, on a higher plane than what other people may think you're going to keep yourself. A lot of people would do things in their life based off of what other people may feel is good to them or for them. Like they're living for other people instead of themselves. What makes you feel good? Not what makes everybody else feel good. What makes you happy? And then you turn around and settle for less when you know you're worth more. What is that cycle? What am I getting at, Dane? What are you getting at, Dane? Slave mentality. Entrapping yourself. Enslavement. When you keeping that slave mentality going, this is the reason why slavery will be an ongoing process, because of the way you think. Not because of your skin complexion. It's all going to go back towards your mindset. How do you think, or what are your thoughts about your present, your past, and your future? What do you think about that now? Say, for example, you went through the college and you got your degree, you're in debt, you're still paying it off, you got a halfway decent job. How do you get yourself out of that predicament when you don't see no way out? But then they turn around and tell you to swallow your pride. Well, the first thing you got to have is pride in yourself. Then they turn around and tell you got to believe in somebody else. And even that individual or whatever it is, that being could be unforeseen. When you actually get up and look in the mirror every day at yourself, why don't you believe in something that you can see, which is you? And have pride and confidence in yourself that you will actually believe in yourself to turn your life around the way you want it to go. But a lot of people are stuck on that slave mentality. And then they notice there's limits to that slave mentality. And then it seems like you're capped at a certain level and you can't go any higher. And then you wonder, well, how did that person get up that high and I'm better than that person? There's your answer. That person had confidence, pride, ambition, motivation in themselves more than you. They didn't give up when everything seemed like, it was closing in on them. They didn't give up. They kept going. And remember when they tell you that you got to make sacrifices in your life? I'm not referring to sacrifice individuals in order for you to come up. We ain't talking about the skull and bones joining. No, I'm talking about making sacrifices in your life. Meaning you might have to give up some people. And what I mean by that is, hold on, I'm going to explain it, is...
We'll be
brought everything out to the garage to load the car
We
up.
didn't think it
We
was
looked
that
and said, there's zero chance.
Leave them alone. You're gonna have to cut some people off that's in your life, disassociate them, you know, with you, disassociate them with you. You gotta leave them alone because they're distracting you to your main goal. Your main goal is to elevate you. That don't mean elevate yourself and hurry up and sign up for the first contract that comes at your feet, giving your life away to somebody else again. That don't mean to elevate yourself to become a whole nother slave on a whole nother level. That doesn't mean that. This is the reason why y'all be boasting up these celebrities, because you think they got everything in life when they really don't, and they suffering more than you are, and they got more money than you. It's not about how much money you make. It's about how much you value your life within you. It's not about how much money you make. It's about how much you value your life within you. How much do you value your life? And I'm talking like this because it is a lot. It's a lot of our people and other people, a lot of people in general, that have that slave mentality. That have that slave mentality. And this is what I want to break.
Relax and take notes.
I want to break that cycle because I think the best way for you to learn how to break that cycle is where to be cognizant of where that stems from. How it derived to become a reality, how it formed into reality. Then I think it would be better to, I'm probably gonna have to explain this multiple times, but I'm gonna try, you know, this is another attempt to try to break it down to show you that you're capable. If I'm capable, you're capable. There's really no difference between you and I unless it's dealing with our mentalities. It's really not. This is how you break the cycle of enslavement. Previously, in multiple videos of mine, live streams as well, I told you that slavery was never abolished. It wasn't. It was just upgraded. And it transitioned into what it is today, which is employment. Now, they're not saying enslavement, they're saying employment. Do you know that there's people out there right now that would say that I'm wrong? Dang, that's not what slavery was about. And they don't even know when they answer, when they say stuff like that, that's spoken like a true person that's enslaved right now. Still. Slavery was never abolished. If slavery was big business then, slavery is big business now. The biggest money maker, they're not gonna get rid of. They're gonna constantly update it. So whoever was benefiting then can benefit even more now, generation after generation. Yes, they got paid little to nothing. Yes, they did. It's always about that. It's always about making people work. For example, before jail came, okay, hold on. Jail's here, right? Do they let them people, the inmates, sit up there in jail all day long, or do they make them go out and work? Think about that. I'm talking about any industry, and that's a private industry, any industry. In order for them to excel, they got to enlist some or enroll some workers, slavers, laborers, servants. It doesn't have it. This is what you need to get into your mindset. Now, does that mean that everybody is slaves? Yes, it does. I mean, because we're doing the exact same things as if we were back then, except for we getting paid a little bit more, just a little bit for real, compared to how much these people at the top are getting off of our labor. Let's be real. Let's be real. You can only imagine how they are being taxed. You can only imagine. I'm sure it ain't no more. I'm sure it's way less than what we doing, how we getting taxed on top of being, you know, enrolled into a job or an assignment as a laborer. And we got to pay taxes within that same money we just worked for. We got to pay taxes after that. Who? Name one. Name one billionaire that decided to show us their taxes and say, look, this how hard we getting. You think they're getting taxed hard? You got another thing coming. They already know the loopholes of where they ain't had to pay no taxes. As an individual, they make individual corporations pay a corporate tax. That's what they doing. So they won't ever have to come out of their pocket. The people that they work for pays their taxes. Excuse me, let me say it correctly. The people that they hired pays their taxes. So the people that work for them pays their taxes. That's what I want to say. I want to say it correctly. That's what happens. Those taxes that you, right now, those taxes that you paying right now go right back to the employer. You think it go to the IRS. It goes right back. It goes right back to your employer. Then your employer cuts a small check to the IRS at the end of the year. Every year. Every year. Think about that. If the job telling you that they are providing specialized benefits, like if they're providing life insurance or medical insurance, stuff like that, at a particular discount. You know how they set it up, right? They pay a certain amount for that, while you paying a large amount for that. They making you pay for it initially, but you just don't know. You think it's actually going to that particular insurance company when it's going right back to the employer. Especially if it's a corporation. I'm not talking about them LLCs. LLCs can't do that. Corporations could do that, where there's no liability on the corporation. None. They're putting it right back on you. Some of them force you to say, look, you got to pay Medicaid, it don't matter what type of insurance you got. Some of them jobs get over and make you pay for it anyway just because you work there. I seen that happen before. That happened to me personally. One time I had Blue Cross and Blue Shield and I'm paying for Kaiser at another job. I'm like, I already got Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Well, it doesn't matter. It's automatic. It's going to come out your check. I remember that. I remember that. It's not fair, but it's the truth. People are still enslaved right now. And I want to show you. Actually, a lot of these, not only today, it's going to be a lot of videos I'm going to have to show you all to break it all the way down. So I'm not going to say this particular video right here or this particular live stream is going to be the end all be all. But I do want to show you a lot of sides to that. One of the sides is the stories that they gave you concerning slavery. They had to make up a lie in order to continue a lie, in order to be controlling all of the people with their initial lie. So they tell a lie to tell another lie to tell another lie to keep the cycle going. Because they know you're not going to find out. You're so entrapped, enslaved mentally, you're not going to be willing to look outside of the box. They're banking on that, to go actually check behind these people that created the stuff. Yes, we know that slavery existed, but did it exist the way that we were told? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It will be impossible for that to happen. And you know, the people that turn their nose up when I say that still have that slave mentality. not trying to shake away from their old ways. And this is the reason why you still at a standstill when it comes to uplifting yourself. And that's not a knock to you, brother, sister. That's just letting you know the reason why you still stationary. You're sitting dormant. Because your mentality didn't change yet. That's the key. They're enslaving you mentally. The chains and shackles was on your brain. They're enslaving you mentally. The chains and shackles was on your brain. They didn't teach this to the adults that were already here when they got here. I'm talking about the foreigners. They didn't teach it to the adults. They had to teach it to the children to affect the next generations to come. That's why it took them so long to get this done. This doesn't happen overnight. Even a millionaire can't become a millionaire overnight. They work towards that goal. Going back to the 5-10-year plan that I was just referring to. They had a 5-10-year plan, didn't they? They said to themselves, we know this is going to take a while. Well, let's try to implement it around this date. And hopefully everything will fall in place so our next generations to come won't ever have to suffer. Because keep in mind, the census, the 1790 census said they were free whites when they got here. This can only mean that they were enslaved also, whether it be here or wherever else they came from. And when I showed you and proved to you that those foreigners were the majority of the slaves, here's another thing that you could think about. Why do you think our people, the ones that they want to call the majority of the slaves here in America, why haven't we received reparations? Because those white folks that know better pop up and say, wait a minute, what about us? If they could get it, we could get it. But those white folks or foreigners, whatever you want to choose, is not just white folks now. If they sit up there and said, no, we got to get it too, because they want every single benefit that you think that you should receive. They know you the chosen people. But what we should be fighting for is land that was stolen from us, given to these foreigners. Nobody bringing that conversation up. What you want to call that? You can't call that reparations. That's not called reparations. See how the argument, and this is the reason why they continuously promoting reparations arguments amongst our community, because they know for a fact that that's a limited way of thinking based off of our real authentic history. Once again, they got us sitting dormant, wishing and hoping and praying that it's about to happen, when year after year after year, it don't ever move forward to happen. It's just all talk. And that collar, I told y'all I called it. The governor, Gavin Newsom in California, came out and told you he ain't gonna do it. That's on video. That's not by word of mouth. That's on video. He came out and said it. No. And here they go, about to pass the last statement from that California Reparations Task Force to send it up to them legislators, and they gonna turn it down. And if they don't, we know that's political, because it got to go right back to Gavin Newsom for him to sign off on it, prolonging it until it gets shut down again. Every single year we go through this, but they know that we are owed more than just I know that we are owed more than just reparations. The conversation needs to be about those land allotments happening. Where did they get these lands from? Number one, if they never owned it. Number two, never resided there. Number three, They just got here. Who died and crowned you the owner of my territory? All of y'all was foreigners, squatting on territory that you didn't own. Now that's by record as well. And then we could turn around and use that little laws of the lands against them, where the Pope of that time period was saying, look, we about to confiscate these indigenous people's lands in the name of God. I'm just summing it up because that's basically what they did. We don't got to hand them no paperwork. We just going to come take it. But it wasn't a physical, well, it was some physical fighting, but the majority of the fighting had to deal with the mental. They had to enslave you mentally in order for that to work. So what did they hand to you? Y'all should know. When these foreigners came over here, and when they noticed that the walls wasn't working, they was getting their ass kicked. The next go rounds, the next waves of these foreigners coming over here all brought the Bible in their hand. All of them. Told you to get rid of your spirituality. Let me introduce you to religion. This religion. If you practice any bit of your spirituality, we're going to kill you. And we're going to get away with it because we done already got rid of your chiefs, whether male or female. This is by record, by the way. Anybody that say, dang, you lying, I could prove it. To anybody. Have already, and I will be able to prove it again. They straight up told you no to your spirituality. And said, no, this religion right here. Shh. Pushed up the Christian book and said, learn it. Look, some of y'all weren't doing too well at that time. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you positions of pastor, minister, in order to administer this foreign gospel to those that look like you. This is what's happening. This is what has happened. Dana, I'm dropping a bomb for you, Dana. I appreciate that, sister. Always showing love. Thank you for being generous. I want to prevent all of that from happening again because they like to do it. Remember when they say history repeat itself? It does if you allow it. Meaning if you're not cognizant of what happened in the past, it's bound to repeat because they know it worked. And they're only going to utilize the things that worked back then for their benefit. So they created these stories and went along with it. And so did you. You went along with it too. Why? Because they taught you these stories in school. So it seemed like it was real life to you when everybody was repeating it throughout school, throughout your colleges and universities. And then when you come out, everybody regurgitating that same information in front of you online, at the barbershop, at the salon, all the way down to the laundromats and the car dealerships, even in the liquor stores. And then they holler that we've been enslaved for 400 years. And can't never tell you when that 400-year marker started. But that 400-year marker started in the Bible, not in real life. Because you can't pinpoint the date of when it happened here. And this is some crazy stuff that people are regurgitating and they're not really looking into it. For example, let me pull up the first example real quick. what they be giving us. Now I know this is one of the stories. This is one of the videos that YouTube didn't allow people to see. I know that for a fact. But I'm gonna show it to you. Hold up. Right here. Make sure it's turned up. So here we go. Let's start off with this one. And when I start off with this one, this is dealing with the slave trade. On top of this was the main story that they were giving us, saying when we first got here. And look how they contradict themselves each and every, and this is just one bit. I destroyed the 1619 story, destroyed it, debunked.
Sometimes the best recipes are the simplest.
Every single thing. This right here is just I'm talking about not even a little piece. This is a crumb compared to what I have done to debunk this. And that's not fair because people are running with this as if this actually happened. And they gave you conceptual arts for you to run away with it in your imagination. Holding these foreigners up sky high. Limiting yourself. You think that you ain't supposed to be higher than them. Look at that domino effect. And see how they make it seem like they got all these high positions and we can't never be there because they won't let us in. But here's the thing. What if you create your own? And they don't gotta let us in. F what they got going on here. We could create our own. Every single thing right now, we could create our own. I don't care what it is, you name it. You name it. Since we are the masters of the arts and the entertainment, every single thing dealing with arts and entertainment, we can build and own. We shouldn't have to be signing these contracts with these employers, aka slave masters. That's what's going on. We shouldn't have to do business with them. Keep in mind, if we don't do business with them, what you think is going to happen to them? Crash and burn. Let's go.
I really want you guys to take a look at this, and this is another example, yet again, of how I'm explaining to you all that a lot of these, what they're really called as conceptual art, based on conceptualism. Of course, we went into this before, but this is another form of it. And I also not only want to point this conceptual art out, but how it has been changed over time in order to fit the narrative of what you may be familiar with. I want you to take a very close look at what I'm about to show you, okay? So I hope you can see my mouse. I hope that comes out. But look at this picture. In this picture, we have two boats. Now we're going to go over this, okay? I really want you to focus on the details of this image. And I'm going to go into when this was created and everything like that. I probably will even show it to you. I'm probably going to have to chop this up because I'm doing this live, so I'm going to have to chop this up and show you. But the detail, there's a white guy that has his hands behind him, okay? There's a guy that's pointing at the children, and it looks more so like women here too, but it could have been, I mean, this could be a boy, but basically they're fully clothed, okay? And I hope you can hear me. I'm not up on the mic all the way, but and this guy looks like he's telling him, hey, they could be used for labor, okay? You know, they could be contracted for servitude. They're young, they're able-bodied, and basically he's trying to sales pitch what he can do with the, let me explain the picture. These children were captured from the Dutch man of war ship, in which I went into this before. This was supposed to be depicting the time period of Jamestown in 1619 in Virginia.
Now, these were supposed to be the people that were captured, the 20 and odd Negroes that were captured from the Dutch. There we go. I'm trying to make sure everything is correct in my mind. Yeah, they were captured from the Dutch. The Dutch allegedly, okay, took them and brought them back to Jamestown and tried to sell them, basically, okay? But this what the picture is depicting, and I want to show you this, okay? At the same time, let me pull it up. All right. Now, look at this one, okay? Now, what we see here is the guy, his hands on his back. There's the guy pointing at the, the guy with the hat and everything. Now, they have guns. They changed it. All of a sudden, now they have guns. They're weaponized, okay? And now the slaves look like boys. No clothes on. Let's look at that one more time. Clothes on. The guy's over here, up on the other side, and they're up close. No weapons. You don't see no weapon. This guy is holding a cane. That's not a weapon. No weapons. All right. And then this picture, weapon, cane, and they have no clothes on. Okay. So what I want to do is point out the discrepancies here. All right. Now, this picture that you see here, this image that you see here, this is conceptualism. Based on my research, I discovered that this picture was created in 1754. Give me a second. I'm going to pull this up. All right. Now, as you can see, I traced this back to the Houghton Archives. This is one of the largest archives for a collection of depictions or arts. The Houghton Archive is owned by Getty Images. They're selling this image for $500. And according to them, I hope you can see this, it says the date was created January 2nd, 1754. January 2nd, 1754. What's interesting to note here is that they're not giving you the illustrator, okay, but they do have a date, which means maybe the person could be unknown, but I doubt that very seriously. If you know of a specific date, you know who the illustrator is, but that's besides the point. I just want you to note that this image in 1754 is displaying that the people that were captured had clothes on. There was no threat. On top of that, you don't see any weapon on anybody in this picture. None whatsoever. Okay, this is how you know that things have been changed over time. Now, let me get to the other one. Give me 1 second.
It's go time, Slim.
All right. Now, this is the next one. This is the image where you see the guy is on this side now with his hands behind his back. Now, I pulled this up on CBS. This is CBS's website. This is one PBS. Of the, when I tried to trace this image back, this is one of the oldest so far of this being utilized on the internet. Okay, now I'm also going to check other things, but they're giving the credit to this particular depiction to Howard Powell. They're stating that Howard Powell illustrated many historical and adventure stories from periodicals, including Harper's Weekly. Now they're stating that this was in a magazine. In 1917, listen to that, in 1917, he created this depiction of the 1619 arrival of Virginia's first blacks. Now, if you guys are familiar with my work in previous years, I went over the multiple discrepancies dealing with the Jamestown settlement. Originally, it was known as James City, and I did a lot of traveling there, going back and forth, documenting things before it was changed. I highly recommend that you go check those out. But that's interesting. So with that being said, let me switch back to the other picture. With all of that being said, now we know that this particular image was changed in order to make it look, hold on, let me go back and pull this one up, to make it seem as if the story was a more threatening story. This is fear-mongering. They're trying to add on to it. Yep. This is how you could tell things have been changed along with the story, but they had to have the pictures in order to match it. The transatlantic slave trade story did not happen the way that we were told. We were constantly allowing these strangers to give us depictions in order for us to use our imagination, in order to promote things like this, which is complete fear-mongering, to make it seem as if these white folks was too strong enough and these so-called black people was so weak enough that they couldn't fight back. It's honestly mind-boggling to see something like this being done, and especially during that time period. But if you think about it, when this image was created in 1917, that's the same time period that the industrialized system of compulsory education was implemented by the likes of the president of that time, Woodrow Wilson. Okay, so I want you guys to know this. This is just, you know, a sidebar of some things that you could notice, that how imagery was changed in order to make it seem as if it's one thing when it's actually another. Once again, let's go over this. This is the exact image that Harper guy, I forgot his name already, was trying to copy in order to enhance their ideologies, in order to enhance their thoughts, in order to enhance their beliefs, in order to amplify a form of fear-mongering, to make it seem as if slavery existed the way that we were told. Now, I've been saying out of all of my years being on YouTube that no, slavery did not happen the way that we were told. Slavery was strictly about employment. And I'll say that for a little time. I already put this out actually, but I'll talk about it at a different time because that's not what this video is about. But yeah, if you want to have a discussion about that, we can. If you would like to know the information that I already presented on this particular topic, go back. I highly recommend that you watch this video, or documentary rather, full-fledged documentary called Who Should Be Held Responsible for Slavery. That's one of them that I can recall right off of hand, but and that was at 1 million views. That one is gone. I have it though. So somebody could get in the comments and tell you about other documentaries or videos that I have posted on this particular topic to inform you by records and strong evidence, publicly verifiable, by the way, that yes, slavery was all about employment, and it still exists today, to this very day. That was big business for a reason. It had nothing to do with skin complexion. It's a reason why the 1790 census named those incoming foreigners free whites. And I talked about that as well. That's already out on my channel. Okay, if you would like for me to go over it again, I don't have no problem with doing that. Just, leave your comments down below and tell me what you think. I just wanted to point out these discrepancies, guys. It's always going to be like that. There's one more thing I wanted to show.
Done. This is how they want America.
Matter of fact, I want to skip up to this part right here.
This is an archived United Nations web page. Okay. Now, this was dated. It was called the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery in the Transatlantic Slave Trade, March 25th, 2011. Now, you can tell this was archived because this particular image isn't there. In fact, here, I'll right click and open up another tab so you can understand that this is now the new UN website. But let's go back, okay?
So this
is an archive. Dan Calloway don't play that. I want to scroll all the way down here to point something out, okay? And I'll give more feedback on this at a later date, okay? Because this was not on my list of things that I wanted to do, but I just wanted to point something out. But I'll make sure I'll add this to the list and add more to this. I just want to show you guys that there was a conference that was done on, where's that date? On Wednesday, March 23rd, a global conference. Okay, listen to this, video conference for educators. Can you see this? And by the way, if you wanted to go see this video conference, if I go here and click it in new tab, this is what happens. It's not there anymore. Okay, but I know how to get it, and I'm not going to show that right here. But anyway, so a new video conference happened for educators. It says new approaches to teaching African history and the transatlantic slave trade. All right, and I wanted to point something out. It says the conference was designed to update educators on new scholarship, new resources, and best practices. Listen to this, guys, in teaching
the history and legacy of the transatlantic. In order to continue to lie, you got to give them another lie and another lie and another lie and update that lie with more lies. That's what they do. Slave trade. This was all done by design. These particular people that you see right here got together in order to come up with these. Now, Colombia, Portugal, the Gambia, Trinidad and Tobago, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Gambia is the only place in West Africa on this list. Gambia is the only one in West Africa. Has anybody heard of this area before? The Gambia. Has anybody ever heard of that before? That is the only place on this list that has that is in West Africa. See, that's another thing. Hold on, let me switch screens real quick. No, not that screen. That screen. That is the only one. So out of all of this, in fact, I'm actually glad that I have this right now, because I'm gonna give you this video that's so you can see these particular people and what they go through. I have this already, but and what they go through as far as the information and how they gave them brand spanking new information about the transatlantic slave trade in 2011 and told everybody that this is what has to be taught in these particular areas in 6 countries. Okay. All right. 1-day global video conference for educators from more than 70 primary and secondary educational institutions in 6 countries. The conference was designed to update educators, so those that are teaching it, on new scholarship, new resources, and best practices in teaching the history and legacy of the transatlantic slave trade. If you haven't already, my wife and I already have a book out on this topic called It Was Told in Reverse. Once again, my wife and I have a book out on this topic called It Was Told in Reverse. We go into full detail about the true account of the transatlantic slave trade story. In fact, let me do myself a favor here.
Through compulsory educational institutions, vulnerable children were taught as young students about the topic of U.S. history, a mandatory learning curriculum. These young students were forced to study and comprehend all information provided by their teachers concerning this topic to pass multiple tests and possibly graduate toward the next grading level. Without strict supervision at home from their parents concerning what their children learned in school, these students eventually became adults that were indoctrinated with detailed information about U.S. history, which they now believe is the absolute truth without any doubts or room for questioning its accuracy or validity. This type of social engineering experiment systematically manipulated millions of Americans' mindsets into a one-directional belief system, to the point where the offspring of the indigenous Niji, who are misclassified today as African Americans or Black Americans, will believe that their direct ancestors were somehow captured by anonymous European Caucasian sailors from random parts of West Africa and then forcefully migrated to North America to work as slaves for foreigners from another continent. This folklore is commonly known today as the transatlantic slave trade story. However, essential details of this story did not happen the way that we were all told by strangers in school. Not only was this deceitful story drastically manipulated and even exaggerated by design, but it was also told to us in reverse. This book is made available to order June 30th, 2022. Order your copy today to learn more.
Okay? I'm gonna drop a bomb. I'm also gonna move on to another part of this same topic, because not only did they have to give you the images, which is conceptual arts, they had to give you the full spectrum of conceptualism, which is the entire story, lie after lie, but they leave loopholes in it purposely. And my wife and I inside of that book actually break all that stuff down and give you the sources. Okay? You had the bibliography in the back of that book. And the next one that's coming out is like, you'll see it. You'll see it. The next one is going to be correlating as well. Getting to the solutions. But I just want you all to know, as I'm trying to pull up this video here, that yeah, slavery didn't end the way that people think. It continued on. Now, Dane, what could we do about it? Well, number one, we got to make people aware, because so many people are unaware of it, or they turn their nose up into thinking that it's actually still, continuing on right now. And that's holding our people up right now. It's holding our people up. Earl Wheeler, thank you for gifting 10 memberships like that, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you. Earl Wheeler, I appreciate that. And brother Reggie, thank you for becoming a member. So I think this is very key in order for us to succeed as a group, as our communities progress in the future. We got to know what was done to us in the past, so we can correct it right now in order for us to have a better future. But it's all about the mentality. It's about I remember when y'all should remember this, when people were getting on Kanye West, when he was talking about it's a mental thing, slavery was a mental thing. And I agreed with them. It was certain things that he said incorrectly, and I corrected him during that live stream, but the majority of it was correct. The majority of it was correct, and people were turning their nose up at him as if he was against his own people, or you against what happened to us, and that's not what it's about. Like, they will say that I'm against it too. They will say that I'm against reparations, I'm against my own people, but they don't understand that that's what's going on. They don't understand what's going on and what happened. Yeah, he said slavery was a choice, because think about it. Think about it. It is, if you have control over your mindset. Whether if you got a choice, whether if you want other people to control your thoughts, or you take control of your own thoughts. There is a choice. There is a choice. For example, the stories that they gave us, as far as those, little ships, and they see us on it, did we have a choice to say, nah, F it, we gonna beat these people up that's trying to put us on this ship and knock them off the ship, and we take over the ship? Didn't we have that choice? Did we have a choice to fight back? Because they saying that we came from West Africa. You think we didn't put up no fight? Like, that's another thing. How come they didn't tell you about the fight that happened in West Africa if that story was true? Because they're gonna put up a fight. You can't just randomly go to a place that you never visited and say, you know what, I'm about to capture these people. people. Lock them up and we gonna bring them over to such and such. Nowhere. No way. Nowhere near is that happening. No way is that happening. Not without a fight. Not without a fight. But you giving them so much power. This is the reason why the term white supremacy exists. And this is the reason why I told you it's an illusion. Because it's all about the choices you made. Stating that there is a such thing as a white supremacist or white supremacy. You putting them up too high by going along with their story. When they either equal with you or up under you. Technically, they up under you. This is the reason why they doing it to you, because they know you are the chosen people. They know that. Chokehold the chosen people so they won't ever come up for air. Because, and this is why they saying that they're inferior. Hold on. Okay. Look at how that was set up too. Oh, matter of fact, please tell me I got that video right here. Please tell me I got that video right here. Yes. Okay. Here's another video I want to play. Yes. Yes. This is a perfect example. Yes, yes, yes. And I'm so glad I got this. All right. So here's another one, right? I'm going to play this video. I'm going to play bits and pieces of this video. I did this about a year ago, maybe 2. I can't remember how long ago it was. But I want you to pay attention to how other people depicted us here in the Americas. And what I mean by other people were the French, and how also they depicted slavery. Technically, there was no difference between slavery in Africa, America, and Europe. For France is no different. Slavery is slavery. The problem is that the white folks, the pale faces, were enslaved. If you didn't agree with those dictators, you couldn't outdo them, because it was more than them, as far as dictatorship is concerned, already in control, than the people that were actually there, who were living in poverty. Keep in mind, they were living in poverty. If you're able to flip the script and say, you know what, since they are already punishing us by means of transportation, meaning sending us out to other countries, why don't we just go do what they did? Mark what they did by taking over another country mentally, using religion. Using religion, though. That's exactly what they did. That was the weapon. It wasn't chains and shackles. It wasn't swords or whatever you want to call it, guns. It was the Bible. It was using religion. So they took it upon themselves to do that here. Get good with certain people that's going to allow them to do it, that look like you and I, unfortunately, because that still happens today. In order to infiltrate our communities, they got to use our own people to do it. That still happens. I'm talking about still to this day. But that's what they did back then. And then the infiltration occurred. Keep in mind, the children of that past that they taught that crap to had to be taught by somebody. Were they taught by white folks? Or were they taught by their own people? They only thought about themselves at that time. Sign that contract. When that contract was up, no more benefits, cut off. That's it. We finished with you. They got rid of them. That's exactly what happened. They used you and abused you, and then they lost you. They lost you. They got rid of you. They said, that's enough. We about to hire another nigga to do the same thing. Anytime I use the word nigga, you know I'm talking about an ignorant fool. And it don't matter their skin complexion. Y'all call them coons. Some of y'all would call them coons. Some of y'all would call them rats. Some of y'all would call them traitors. But technically, this is the reason why they let the word nigga go. Because they know what nigga mean. They let the word nigga go anywhere. Right now. I would not get demonetized for saying that. That's a problem. And that also shows you. That there's something behind that meaning. Or something behind that word, rather. And it's just like we calling each other black. It's the same way. We did not call each other black. That's a whole nother topic, but I'm just saying, when you regurgitating these words, these social constructs that they gave to us, you still got that slave mentality. I ain't gonna go into the words right now. I want to stick on that point with the slave mentality, how it went back then and how it is right now. There's no difference, really. It's just that the names were changed. That's how they get you. They just changed the names. Same tactics. I'm gonna play this video right here though. Only parts of it though. I don't think I should be playing the whole thing. Let me. I'm trying to remember how it went. Hold up. Let me see something myself.
Hope you all are doing well. Shout out to the free thinkers. To me. That I'm gonna play.
All right, hold on. Wait. Right. I want to skip right to it.
Yeah.
Sorry, who's got a pen? Pen? Here's one. Thank you, sir.
Don't mention it.
Here, sign here. Clearly and legibly. Full name on the dotted line. Johann Jerome Gutenberg. Sorry, who's got a pen? Pen? Here's one. Thank you, sir.
Don't mention it.
Here, sign here. Clearly and legibly. Full name on the dotted line. Johann Jerome Gutenberg.
They all involved.
Napoleon. Nero.
Julius Caesar. Gabriel.
Alexander the Great.
Listen to their names.
Name. Judas.
Hold on.
Julius Caesar.
Listen to their names, y'all. Please listen to their names.
Let's tell you something. I am a worker, and workers are not free.
Ho. And I'm sure I probably paused this myself. Hold on, matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I did. Let me just peep, y'all, peep. Listen to what he said. Keep in mind, this is in an English overdub. This video was in French. But listen to what he's saying, because this is still ongoing right now.
The violation of your liberty, your freedom. If you speak of freedom, sir, I must tell you something. I am a worker, and workers are not free and never will be. If you speak of my condition.
Hold on. He said that he was a worker. Okay, and I want you guys to understand that. This is the reason why I've been telling you guys that slavery is not the way that a lot of people would portray it as. It's all about working. It's about employment. Again, he indicated that he costs more as far as his value is concerned.
Right.
To work, of course, they're going to say slave master, but to work for his employer, okay, with him being valuable, meaning he's able-bodied, he's healthy, he hasn't been whipped, chained and all this other stuff. And see how the interview was asking him, but what about the inhumane injustice? And he like, nah, I am a worker. You have to peep that. That's what's been happening.
They treating them well
in the Americas. Keep in mind, that's what this movie is focused on anyway. Slavery in America. Don't forget that. Okay, so yes,
Introducing the all-new GMC Acadia AT4. It goes big on capability for even bigger adventures. Live your biggest life in the all-new GMC Acadia AT4.
When we are young, we are taught to revere the light. But when I turn to it, I see only fire.
I say that slavery is not the way that we were told. I'm referring to the fact that slavery, it was all about employment. I know it's people out there getting my words twisted, but no, if you hear me now, you heard what I just said. All right, so let me go back a tad bit.
And never will be. If you speak about, I am a worker, and workers are not free and never will be.
See, it's still going on right now.
I will quickly say, I don't pay taxes. I'm housed, fed, and clothed by my employer. I work a short week.
Okay, I stopped it. Look, yeah.
Listen.
Get him, Dane.
Listen.
Get him, Dane.
He is what? One more time.
Fed and clothed by my employer.
By his employer.
I will quickly say, I don't pay taxes.
You don't pay
I'm
taxes.
Housed, fed and clothed by my employer.
Housed, fed, and clothed by his employer, y'all. What I tell you? What I tell you? And once again, this is just a bit and piece of it. Just a smidge. This is a crumb. This is a crumb. And they teaching people in France this about antebellum America. Teaching them what happened here. And remember what I told y'all when I described the Vanderbilt's castles and how I know they didn't build them castles? As a matter of fact, they never came to visit. And remember when I gotta put this hun, if you listen, and please remind me to show them that video that I took. And when I showed y'all the suites that our people were living in, y'all, I'm talking about you would love to be there right now. No cap. They look so good. I said, what? This is what you mean, slavery? I'm talking about they treated their slaves like royalty, and it wasn't even called slaves. They were their workers. So you had him in the beginning, right at the beginning of the conversation, he said that it was he had employers that was more humane than others. So you're gonna have those that's gonna show more hospitality than others. That's the only difference. Just like right now, your boss may be hard on you and soft on others. That's right now. All right, I'm hyped now. Once this over, I'm what?
A short week. My medical care is free. I get a Christmas bonus. And
his medical care is free. He get a Christmas bonus. Oh man, that don't sound like
retirement or permanent disability at the expense of my employer.
Listen, this is right now.
He is what? One more time.
Fed and clothed by my employer.
By his employer.
I will quickly say, I don't pay taxes.
You don't pay
I'm
taxes.
Housed, fed and clothed by my employer. I work a short week. My medical care is free. I get a Christmas bonus and retirement or permanent disability at the expense of my employer. Without mentioning this, that in time of war, I am not even obligated to military service.
Oh, but if you're not even paid,
you know.
See? That's a big deal. And you guys have to understand this. That's employment. That sounds like something right now, like nowadays. A lot of you may think just because you privileged in certain cases that you're not still enslaved. You got another thing coming. He just described a lot of people's conditions that's going on right now, minus the paying taxes part, or not paying taxes rather. Ooh. Man, I'm gonna drop a bomb right here. And this is just a movie talking about slavery in America. And, a lot of you people are turning your nose up. And when I say you people, it's certain people. Not all people, certain people turning their nose up to certain things that I've been mentioning, calling me outside of my name. They thinking this is new information when I'm telling you that it's old. This stuff has been out. You just wasn't paying attention. That's very important because it's still happening now. When I tell you that slavery wasn't abolished in 1863, 1865, it was just a transfer of ownership and went from person to person, meaning person to business, as far as ownership is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Listen.
The government
went to the government.
That's right.
As far as ownership is concerned.
I mean by that.
He didn't have to pay taxes. You paying taxes right now. To who?
That's the only difference.
Think about it.
That's the only difference.
The government. Period.
And that's why they did that.
Period.
So to go back to that, I'm glad I mentioned that, because to go back to my point that I made in a lot of my videos, the only reason why that Civil War took place was to implement taxes on employer and employees. That's it. So that was a labor dispute. My wife and I went over that. That was a labor dispute, big time. They didn't want to have to cough up extra money for no reason. This is the reason why.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness, yo. I'm about to have to bring my camera up, yo, because he just cracked the fucking code. Like, yo, let me start recording again. Hold up, yo. This nigga just cracked the code. Let me run that back, yo. I hope y'all hearing this. If you're not on here, fuck ya.
A certain it didn't, and I went over that took place. Mm-hmm.
Let's run that back.
Listen.
The government
went to the government.
That's right.
As far as ownership is concerned.
I mean by that.
He didn't have to pay taxes. You paying taxes right now. To who?
That's the only difference.
Think about it.
That's the only difference.
The government. Period.
And that's why they did that.
Period.
So to go back to that, I'm glad I mentioned that, because to go back to my point that I made in a lot of my videos, the only reason why that Civil War took place was to implement taxes on employer and employees. That's it. So that.
What the fuck? I don't think y'all heard what he just said. Hold on.
Was a labor on reason why that Civil War took place was to implement taxes on employer and employees. That's it. So that was a labor dispute. My wife and I went over that. That was a labor dispute, big time. They didn't want to have to cough up extra money for no reason. This is the reason why certain benefits that he mentioned that he was getting back then prior to taxes ain't happening right now. Because some of them places paying taxes. And then they putting it back on you as the employee.
Hear me. Regardless if you like it or not, because I'm telling you the truth. I'm trying to get you guys to wake up. We got a lot of work to do. And I know some of y'all that's been on my channel for quite some time, tired of me repeating myself with just the basic things. And I've been wanting to go, I mean, let me calm down. I've been wanting to go so far with a lot of this information and put this out, but I know for a fact that there's so many newcomers coming in that they need to understand before I start jumping to the big stuff. And they really gonna, they're gonna be lost. And I'm not, listen, I'm trying to hurry up now with you guys, and I'm about to be putting out more stuff, books and movies and stuff like that to get you guys caught up. Because like I said, this is going to be the year where I'm turning it up times 10 with this information.
Sure did.
And that's not it. I'm not talking about just this part alone. We got more to go. So let's continue.
I see the ones which you gentlemen.
Let's go back a little bit. Hold on.
I am not even obligated to military service.
Oh, but if you're not even paid.
You know, I see the ones which you gentlemen call freed slaves or liberated workers. out from morning till night, working like horses to make ends meet. And they never do. So, just tell me then, what's the difference between us slaves and liberated workers?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Who? Me?
Yes, you. You're a dishonor to your race.
Quit waving that camera around, will you?
All right, but with all the thousands of tormented slaves around in this country, we have to run into that puppet.
See what I'm saying?
Collaborate.
I know I can't play certain parts that was just played. I'm just going to skip.
Oh my God. What the fuck? I'm so... Yo!
Skip up to this part right here because I believe the part that I'm referring to is getting ready to come up. And I want you guys to see this. But this particular scientist right here is going over the Darwinism, okay, of how they believe that the so-called black race is the inferior race. Okay, and this is the reason why they're all chained up, basically so they could conduct studies to try to figure out how they can make them become better workers. And on top of them trying to figure out where they came from, referring to the white people. Just know that he's referring to these people as Negroes and some of these people as Africans. Okay? There was a difference. Okay? He would say certain ones are Africanoid or something. Actually, let me go back. Hold on.
Now here is a perfect example of Cachexia africana, or dirt eating.
What do they do, bite?
Oh, no.
See?
This is not a muzzle. No. It's simply to keep them from devouring every sort of refuse, including their own excrement and dirt. It's a form of unconscious suicide brought on by a lack of some substance of which we know nothing.
Now, hold on. I want you guys to know that in this particular section, he's telling this interviewer, or let me say the interviewer, talking to the camera, the differences between Negroes and Africans. Then later on, he's going to get into something that I want you to see.
There you are, little bird. There you are. Oh, boy.
What are they doing here? They're Indians.
This is one of my many unsuccessful experiments. You see, with Indians, there's absolutely nothing to be done. There's the same difference between a Negro and an Indian as there is between a dog and a coyote.
What movie is this? I need to see this movie fucking now.
Do I need to repeat that? Negroes and the Indians are the same thing. Look at her. She probably look like somebody's grandma out there right now.
You can put a dog on a leash, beat him, and he'll always be there to lick your feet. Take away a coyote's liberty and you've cut off his heir. An Indian will never be a slave. No one has ever been able to make them reproduce in captivity. They do not eat, they do not talk, they do not sleep, they do not make love.
So yeah, they were talking about slavery in America. And keep in mind, at that time, they were indicating that there was no difference between Negroes and Indians. Now, once again, I'm not using this as proof, but I'm just letting you guys know that this is also being shared all over the world, technically. Okay, so if it's the Italians, it's the French, it's the English, the Germans, there's no getting around it. It wasn't no mestizos, it wasn't no Europeans, none of that inside of our tribes. Period. It wasn't no Asiatic mestizos neither. That didn't happen. Okay? When you see these people, they look just like you and I. Look at that.
Look at her. Look at her. Saying that they're Indian now. See? Then he said an Indian will never be a slave. He said that.
Be there to lick your feet. Take away a coyote's liberty and you've cut off his heir. An Indian will never be a slave. No one has ever been able to make them reproduce in captivity.
Not in captivity.
They do not talk, they do not sleep, they do not make love.
They're gonna stay quiet. Okay. All right, I'm back now. All right, so and I think, oh yeah, I'm glad y'all, because even though that wasn't correlating with my topic that I was referring to at that time, it's good that y'all got to see that. The name of the movie is Goodbye Uncle Tom. If y'all want to see that movie, hold on, let me go to the screen. If you want to see that movie in full, once again, there was some certain things I couldn't play because they're exposing body parts on there. I couldn't play that on YouTube. But yeah, the movie is Goodbye Uncle Tom. The English version, you got to do the English overdub unless you know how to speak French. But yeah, referring to antebellum America. So I just wanted to show you, and that was a few pieces. I do have another one. It's so many different things that I could display here where slavery never ended. Here's another one. In fact, I'm gonna keep going because I did this topic so many different ways, so many different times. Let me see if I can play this. I'm skimming through it on my side to make sure. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Let me start. Hold on, let me start after that intro. That's a nice little intro, but let me start after that. Let me start it right. Hold on, right here. All right, hold on. So I'm gonna use this one, but before I do that, any questions? No, I'm just kidding. So if there were, yeah, Farewell Uncle Tom. Yeah, it was something about, yeah, I think it was Goodbye Uncle Tom, right? I thought that was, yeah, I'm right. Goodbye Uncle Tom. It's, yeah, definitely Uncle Tom in it. Bye, farewell, something like that. It is one of those. But I'm looking at the chat right now. Now I apologize during that time period where I wasn't looking at the chat. If you all became members, I appreciate you, okay? Now I'm sure the notifications went up on screen. I might have missed them. Okay, I might have missed them because I was looking at the other screens. You lived in Canada for a few years. Now, see, in Canada, they went through similar situations. How can I explain that? They went through something similar as us because one side of us was the British, one side of us was the French. And same thing with Canada. Well, now it's one side is the British and one side is America. But technically it's still the same. British, America, France, America, Spanish, or Spain, America, all of them together. The Trinity, they called themselves the Divine Trinity. They're still together. Yeah, it was a horror movie. Believe it or not. They considered it a horror movie. But it had many, many messages in there. That was very good. That was very good. I highly recommend you watch it. I'm not sure. I wouldn't recommend that you watch it with your children though. That's one thing I can say. I wouldn't. Nah, not with the kids. That's strictly for adults right there. It's like I said, they are going to be putting things on camera. You're going to be like, oh my God, hold up. I wasn't ready for that. They're going to put some things on camera that, you know, the children, you're going to have to, yeah, it's nudity. There we go. There's definitely some nudity in there. But this video right here, I mean, I did this portion so many different ways that I want to show another piece. And before I played this video, I had another one where I started going into the records. I think I dabbed into it right here a little bit, but I had to do so many of them to break this down multiple different ways for people to digest it. This was a good one, but this was back in, I believe this was 2021, if I'm not mistaken. And so was the other one, if I'm not mistaken. I believe both of them were 2021. I could be wrong about that. But now you could get the uncut version. It's online without going to the National Archives. You could get that. You're able to access that movie. They got that movie out for free now. But keep in mind, yeah, they was originally was for France, but they had to do the once they did the English overdub, then they came over here years later. Very graphic. I mean, I wouldn't consider it very graphic. I'm sick of those types of movies, but that's knowledgeable. It is a knowledgeable movie, but it was so many jewels that was dropped in there where people could get a better understanding. And once again, I only said that people should take it as a crumb, you know, look at it as a lesson, like along with other things that I've been teaching, dealing with, you know, slavery still happening and slavery continuing after 1865, 1863, whatever one they want to utilize. Hold up, what? Brother Coleman, what? Brother Coleman, man, oh my goodness, man. I'm dropping the bomb, Brother Derek Coleman. Oh man, Brother Coleman, you know I love you and your wife, and I appreciate that, man. Shout out to Oklahoma, by the way. Oh man, come on, Brother Coleman. You see, I appreciate that, Brother Coleman. I appreciate that. And by the way, I can't wait to get this brother on the channel. Y'all, I think this is time. I've been saying that. I think brother on. Shout out to Oklahoma wife, and I appreciate Brother Coleman. You know I love you and your wife, and I appreciate that, man. Shout out to Oklahoma, by the way. Oh man, come on, Brother Coleman. You see, I appreciate that, Brother Coleman. I appreciate that. And by the way, I can't wait to get this brother on the channel. Y'all, I think this is time. I've been saying that. I think this is time. I'm a little nervous at the same time because I know certain people gonna take it a certain way, but you know, just like how they doing this information, I had to spoon feed them. And Brother Coleman is no holds barred. You know, like you, if you ain't ready, you ain't gonna be ready. But he gonna force you to be ready. But that's I love that. I love that. I love that y'all showing the brother some love right there in the chat. I appreciate that, Brother Coleman. You know, I appreciate you. Since day one, I appreciate you and your wife. I love y'all. Thank you to both of y'all. Oh, yeah, he Oklahoma. Oh man. Thank y'all for showing him love in the chat too, y'all. That's amazing.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up, man. Motivating me.
Calaguga 11. Oh, you know what? There was another movie. Wait, I think I played a bit of it in this video. Matter of fact, that's why I want to play this video, because I think I played